enforcement.
I have no objection to that instruction.
Here's my notes, so if anyone wants to look at it.
The question,
To the extent she's worried about it implies that they lied.
yeah, Judge, the issue I have with the instruction is that when you say she implied something, it makes it sound like she deliberately misled. And so my issue is with that language in the instruction. There's no indication that she was deliberately trying to mislead anybody with that answer. She gave a long answer to a question. And so that's my issue with this.
Because she probably did respond to questions from law enforcement here, and that's quite likely to have happened.
So can we just correct the fact without saying she, implied this, but it's not true?
How about made a statement that may be construed?
Well, Judge, I don't think that it matters what her internal thoughts were at this time. The fact is the words that she said implied that. And I think the term implied is the best term for that situation. I don't think it should be watered down because I'm not worried about what's going on in Sally Smith's head here. I am worried about the implications of her actual statement on the jury.
Can we say just referenced during the course of the testimony of Sally Smith, she made a statement that referenced law enforcement? The court instructs you to disregard this. There's no evidence. That doesn't, because implied also implies conscious attempt to mislead. That's my education with the word implied.
I say
It's implied,
made
not
a
inferred.
statement that implied. I didn't say Sally Smith implied. I said a statement that implied.
I
And that's the
understand.
point of this. And I would move the court to enter it as the court had redrafted it the first time.
And Ms. Krause, what wording did you say?
I was going to say referenced, because you made a statement that referenced law enforcement, and then as you go on, you correct it. You say there is no evidence that law enforcement initiated the call, or however you have it on your statement.
I still do not believe that that will do the job on something as powerful as this. If that jury comes away from this in any way thinking that law enforcement sent Sally Smith over there, that implies that law enforcement already had sufficient reason to engage and send an investigator over. It imbues her with much greater power and authority, and it strikes the heart of whether the jury believes that all of this was warranted or unwarranted, and that is an issue in the case.
Well, from a factual standpoint, and I'm correct on this, and I think both sides will agree, but if I'm not, Sally Smith's involvement in this case began when a doctor at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital called her up or texted her or contacted her. And so she went in and started it that way. It was not based on a call to the hotline. It was not based at the request of any law enforcement agency.
That's
All
true.
seeking information about whether this would be child abuse as compared to trying to get treatment.
But I don't think she began. She didn't begin on this.
This is at the core of this problem. There was, and we now have the specific times that were involved. And we know that the initial call was washed out at some point in the late evening of the 7th. And then we know that the next call for an investigation came at approximately 2 or 2:40. The time 2:40 p.m. comes to my mind on the 9th. During the 8th, there is no evidence whatsoever of any agency or any law enforcement or anyone in authority telling Sally Smith she should go do this. The evidence, overwhelming evidence, I think uncontradicted evidence, is that somebody at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital called her and asked her to start doing an investigation. And that is flat, plain wrong.
That's not true, Your Honor. The call was made by Dr. Beatrice Sanchez on the 8th. There was testimony as to why that call was made. The second call was accepted on October 9th. The testimony that is at issue here was a follow-up question about a conversation that Sally Smith had with Dr. Kirkpatrick that absolutely took place well after the second hotline call was accepted on October 9th, 2016. So we're kind of engaging in some smoke and mirrors here about that call on the 8th.
No, the point is that it was not accepted until, and If it's the ninth, fine. The point is, at the time she was doing all of these investigations, she had no authority from the state to do so. There was no...
Folks. As a reminder, whoever speaks last doesn't win. That's not how I operate. I'm just rereading the question. I just want to be fair in this situation when it comes to what Dr. Smith actually said to the question that was asked. Well, instead of using the word implied, I think I'm going to go with maybe construed. So during the course of Sally Smith, MD, or during the course of the testimony of Sally Smith, MD, she made a statement that may be construed that her involvement was instigated by law enforcement. The court instructs you to disregard this question and answer. There is no evidence in this case that Sally Smith, MD, began her involvement at the request of law enforcement.
Agreed by the plaintiff.
Okay. So I will give that as soon as the jury comes back in. Are there other issues we need to address?
For the record, Judge, we had moved to conform the pleadings to the truth insofar as the allegations of agency in our complaint. It is at paragraph 14, page 6 of the 8th amended complaint. Right now, their issue before the court is apparent agency, and based on the testimony of Sally Smith, which the defendant agreed to, a lot of evidence now has come in as to general agency based on the different committees she was on, her role there, and what she did in terms of the patient. And so what I want to be able to do is, I'm not sure if amendment to conform is the correct way or not, and I'm not sure, maybe it's relief from a prior order. But I wanted to preserve for the record the ability to request at the end a jury instruction on general agency as well as apparent agency, because now, based on that testimony, the issue is much broader.
So I don't understand what you're asking me to do.
Well, I'm noting it for the record, and so that's the first thing. So the court doesn't have to do anything right now. We would be filing a motion for the appropriate relief. But it's necessary for me to timely state that on the record, why we believed and what we intend to do that way.
Anybody on the defense want to
I haven't
sit?
seen a motion on this, but you already granted a summary judgment based on all of this stuff that was given to you once before and determined there was no agency. She's a member as a staff physician, not an employee, on a number of committees that the physicians are on to self-regulate them because they're self-regulated even when they're in a hospital. That doesn't make her an agent of the hospital. And he wants to put this evidence in to try to show a tie, but we're going to have some instruction that we've already got into my proposals, at least explaining what a staff attorney who has staff privileges, what a physician who has staff privileges as compared to an employee. So I don't think this changes anything, and we certainly weren't trying anything by consent by allowing this stuff to be plowed one more time.
Well, it doesn't sound like there's a motion in front of me to do anything at this point, so I'm not doing anything unless I get a motion.
Yes, sir.
Anything else before we bring the jury back in? Who's going to be reading Dr. Newberger?
You guys on Dr. Newberger today. We were going to hire an actor. We couldn't find one. I kid. We're trying to figure out who to...
Judge, I would just ask, as you're reading it, when you're going to skip like 20, 30 pages, if you can just say the next page, so I don't have to try to find where you're
and
at.
are we reading both their designations and your designations together?
I can.
There's not very many of our designations, Judge, so I'm assuming you marked them on in your deck.
Whatever the rulings were, we marked them all here. I don't know whose are whose at this point,
Yeah.
but we're reading it all.
There's I would say a total of two pages combined of our
And
designations.
so I'm to tell the jury that Dr. Newberger is medically unavailable to come live, and he has 3 depositions. The first 2 were not videoed, so the lawyers are going to read, and they're going to read everybody's designations. The 3rd deposition will be by video, and I'll get a chance to turn off the lights again.
Yes. Since you've practiced and did so well.
Yes, but that was hours ago.
I'll be well asleep by then.
Okay, let's bring in.
And Mr. Hunter had to go do some case-related things. He'll be in later. Sorry, I didn't want
That's
to
fine.
think he was.
Let's bring in the jury.
All rise. Jurors entering.
Yeah. Be seated. Witnesses tomorrow.
I believe we provided the only change.
Once again, all rise.
Okay. Okay, please be seated. Members of the jury, when I say I'm trying to keep you on your toes, I mean, I was kind of being figurative. I want to confirm while we're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves, you did no investigation and received no information. Is that all correct? And has anyone approached you about this case? And have anyone seen any media coverage about this case? No. Okay. Let me just ask, is everyone okay and ready to proceed? Okay. I wasn't singling anyone out. Okay. I'm going to give you an instruction before we call the next witness. During the course of the testimony of Sally Smith, MD, she made a statement that may be construed that her involvement was instigated by law enforcement. The court instructs you to disregard this question and answer. There is no evidence in this case that Sally Smith, MD, began her involvement at the request of law enforcement. Okay, next issue. We're going to have another deposition for you. This doctor is medically unavailable to be with us for this trial. So we're going to do his deposition. Now, he has been deposed 3 different times. The first 2 times, there was no video. So the parties are going to read, I think some of the attorneys are going to read the portions that both sides have designated from those first 2 depositions. The 3rd deposition was done by video, and we will then play the 3rd deposition's video. So with that, we'll call your next witness, Mr. Anderson.
Me, as Eli Newberger. review.
Okay, now, so the role that Mr. Anderson's playing is Dr. Newberger. Okay. And then Mr. Whitney will be the role of the attorney, regardless of which attorney asked the question. So it's just easier to do it this way.
All right, beginning at page 5, line 20.
I'm sorry, can you state the date of the deposition, please?
First deposition is dated September 22nd, 2020. And beginning at page 5, line 20, I'll just read in. Eli Herbert Newberger, MD, the witness herein, having been first duly sworn, was examined and testified as follows. Turning to page 6, beginning at line 2. Would you please state your full name for the record?
Yes, it's Eli Herbert Newberger.
And fair to call you Dr. Newberger as we proceed today?
Yes,
All right, Dr. Newberger. What is your profession?
I'm a pediatrician.
And do you maintain active licenses?
I do.
Do you have active licenses in more than one state?
No.
What state do you maintain active licenses in?
Massachusetts?
Okay. Have you ever practiced medicine as a pediatrician in any other states?
No.
Okay. Can I get your professional address, sir?
Sure, it's 132, and then there are 3 words: lime, as in the fruit; kiln, K-I-L-N, as in the oven; road. The town is Lenox, L-E-N-O-X, Massachusetts, 01240.
And is that an office, doctor?
That's my home. As you can see, I'm at my home office.
Okay. And do you have a brick and mortar office outside the home?
I don't.
Okay. Have you had a brick and mortar office outside of the home any time in the last 5 to 7 years?
No.
Okay. What is the nature of strike that. You're a pediatrician. Do you have any specialties or subspecialties within or under the branch of a pediatrician?
Yes. First, I'm a general pediatrician with a long history of serving as a hospital pediatrician. I'm as well a specialist in developmental and behavioral pediatrics and child abuse pediatrics.
Okay. And can you break down your professional practice for me? Do you have a clinical practice as a pediatrician?
Well, yes, but with certain specific boundaries. So after many years of service on the staff of Boston's Children's Hospital and my teaching at Harvard Medical School, my wife and I moved to Lenox, Massachusetts. I readjusted my life and schedule and no longer teach at Harvard Medical School, but rather to continue, but on a smaller level, my national consulting practice on both behavioral and developmental issues and on rare pediatric illnesses. So I have a national consulting practice that brings to my attention cases that require a high level of differential diagnosis, expertise, and case analysis. A certain number of cases like this one also come over the transom. I don't advertise, but people, by dint of my publications, by dint of my reputation, often ask me to consult in regard to child custody matters, in regard occasionally to the prosecution or defense in criminal matters, and in cases like this, where child abuse diagnosis and misdiagnosis are at issue.
Turning to page 9, line 4. I think your answer continues.
So as a consequence, I receive no few referrals, say, from defense counsel, from people like yourselves, Mr. Haskell, who may have a complex case to defend. So then I will conduct a review. And I do this especially in Massachusetts because there are few physicians like me with the depth of experience in this area. And then I will spend a few hours and then give them my unvarnished views, even if I decide not to accept the case.
Okay. If I can interject, doctor, let me just go ahead and make sure I understand some of what you just told me. You, in terms of actually providing care to children as a practicing clinical pediatrician, when was the last time you did that?
Well, I periodically will examine children in the setting of my specialty consultation. I don't have an office practice. After December 31st, 1999, when I closed my office at Boston's Children's Hospital, I was no longer the director of the clinic in which I saw children, but did a small amount of primary care, but I never had a pediatric practice. I do, in this work, occasionally conduct examinations of children and incorporate those into my reports. So I'm a licensed, board-certified skills as a pediatrician, but that's relatively infrequent. I don't examine more than one child a month, I would say.
Okay. At that rate, if you were to examine one child a month, and in that context of examining, say, one child a month, when was the last time you entered an order or actually authored a consultation or a progress note in relation to your care or examination of a child?
I don't understand what you mean by an order.
Sure. All right. So, as I understand it, if there is an examination of a child at a rate of maybe one time a month, as you described,
Yes,
you do so in the context as a consultant, correct?
yes.
Okay. When was the last time, if at all, you ever served as an actual treating physician outside the context of a consultant?
I can't recall a recent case other than the diagnosis of pneumonia in one of my grandchildren, and then referred that child, after I listened to her chest, to her own pediatrician.
Understood. And would it be fair to say then you were kind of doing that out of the love and affection of your grandchild? And based upon what you believe might be the case, you referred her out for formal treatment?
Well and beautifully said, Mr. Haskell.
All right. I appreciate that. Okay. So with that understanding and with what you just described, Doctor, would it be fair to say then it's been at least 10 years that you've last provided any type of actual clinical treatment to a child as a pediatrician?
Answer, I think that's fair to say.
And turning to the bottom of the page, Dr. Sally Smith served and serves as the medical director for the Child Protection Team for Pinellas County here in Florida. You're aware of that?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Have you served in that capacity or a similar capacity in the last, let's say, 10 years from a formal standpoint?
No.
And to the bottom of the page, your current profession, if you will, all of your work from a professional standpoint at the current time is essentially consulting type work in cases like this or criminal cases. Is that fair?
No.
Okay. How am I wrong there?
Well, because I get consulted on a variety of matters that have to do with child behavior, attention deficit disorder and its diagnosis, autism and its diagnosis, and I published a book now 20 years old on boys' character development, and it's a well-received book that's still in print. And I often get asked about behavioral problems involving boys. I lecture and consult. Well, I used to lecture before the COVID-19 disaster hit. So many cases that come across the transit here actually involve serious behavioral issues in which I am competent to opine.
And I appreciate that. So if you could describe for me, or better explain so I understand, in a context or a scenario where you were consulted about ADD or behavioral issues, as you just described, how is it that, can you explain for me how you become involved? And I guess a better way to go about this is, how would you bill for your services?
Well, in very many cases, I charge minimal amounts of money, and in very many of them, I do this pro bono. I see that as part of my obligation of someone who supports strengthening the character of boys. So in those situations, when people write to me on various issues, I give them some guidance. Only rarely will I actually conduct a formal interview, much less a clinical evaluation of a child, but I get lots of calls of that kind. I don't charge for them. In the case consultations, however, to get to your question, I charge $450 an hour for my time as a consultant. And those consultations generally involve extensive record reviews, typically involving complex pediatric issues. And they come to me from individuals, they come to me occasionally from attorneys. On occasion, they have to do with complexities of diagnosis and treatment, needs and setting of custody conflict. So I'm consulting often, for example, by child protection agencies, by state offices that are facing vexing diagnostic issues, and then they'll issue a contract for a short amount of service.
Okay, so I'm clear. And do you have your CV in front of you, Doctor?
I don't, but I know it, and I can pull it up if you need it.
Okay, I'll address that in just a moment. But the $450 an hour, I note that in the materials, I understand you've either reviewed and or generated. In this case, or as it relates to this case, I know I received an invoice for your time here today, as you describe it, $450 an hour. And I'm just pulling it up here.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And is that how, so you just talked about the consulting work that you do. And some of it's pro bono, as you've described, and some of it involves a cumbersome review of records and materials, et cetera, like this case. You charge $450 an hour for that kind of work. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And between that dichotomy, if you will, consulting work where you might do it pro bono, or consulting work where you might charge for your time, like you are in this case, does that make up that dichotomy, the full aspect, the full scope of your profession as it stands today?
Well, not exactly, because I also have a profession of giving lectures in areas that I have expertise. If it's my income that I derive from these various sources. I also have another profession, and that is somewhat represented on my CV as a musician and a writer of music. So I've had, all through my professional career and prior to my professional career, a lively interest in performing classical music and jazz.
Turn to page 19, line 10. Okay, doctor. So then let me make sure I have like some bookends on this, or at least I understand the parameters. Setting aside, if you're offering something, setting aside for giving a lecture or presentation, setting aside what you might do by way of the musical endeavors that you've described, your profession as it relates to the medical side of things is broken up into those two categories that I've talked about, either pro bono type of consulting work or retained type consulting work where you're paid an hourly rate. Is
Correct.
that fair?
Correct.
Okay. What percentage of your overall current income is derived from doing the expert consulting work versus the other work you described?
It's under 20%.
Okay. And then that under 20% amount, can you break that down further as to, I guess this is a bad question I'm about to say, because you told me there's a dichotomy there as far as the medical consulting work goes. Part of it's pro bono and the other part you actually are retained and paid for. So you're telling me that the retained and paid for amount is under 20%.
Yes, of my overall income, correct.
Okay. And when you do the work that you do as an expert consultant, as you are in this case, is $450 an hour the rate that you use no matter what you're doing?
Yes.
Okay. But there's one additional proviso.
That's an answer.
Oh, excuse me.
Yeah.
I say okay, and then you answer again.
Sorry. Yes.
Okay.
But there's one additional proviso, which of course doesn't pertain right now, and it's this. If I have to be out of town for more than 10 hours, I charge $7,500 a day plus expenses. So occasionally, if I have to be involved in a complex consultation elsewhere that involves travel, etc., I charge that rate as well. But the overall percentage of this income is still under 20% of my total income.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to turn a little bit now. We covered some of this stuff on your CV already, but I'm going to, if you'd like to pull it up in case you need to reference it, but I have it in front of me.
Sure.
As far as, and I'm obviously, although I'm interested in your musical career, I'm going to pay attention today as to the medical side of things and the expert consulting things. So in that 20% or so of your overall income and work, if you will, is there anything on your CV where you actively participate in any appointments or in any hospital affiliations or anything like that at the current time, as far as the medical consulting goes, or anything you do medically?
No. For a number of years I was on various governing boards of nonprofits, some of which had to do with agencies that are actually delivered care. I'm not doing that now. Since we moved to Lenox full time 2 years ago, I happily retired from all of the nonprofit services. And I have, at the moment, no hospital appointments or responsibilities, nor teaching responsibilities at a medical school.
Well, let's do it this way, because I think it's best to do it by way of almost exclusion. When was the last time that let's start with, maintained any position with a hospital board or with a hospital committee of any kind?
Well, my appointments at Children's Hospital and Harvard Medical School expired in 2019 when we moved to Lenox, and I could no longer teach at those institutions. Simultaneously with that move, I withdrew from the governing board of Planned Parenthood of Massachusetts and perhaps one or two other boards that I can't remember. As you can see from my CV over the years, a trustee of many educational institutions and nonprofits. I don't do that anymore.
Okay. And then as far as any involvement, if at all, with child protection teams, or I think up there it might be called Child Protection Services, when was the last time you held any formal positions affiliated with programs like that in the Boston area or Massachusetts?
That was at the end of 1999 when I closed my office at Children's Hospital. And at that point, my formal association with child protection programs ceased.
Turn to page 24. Okay. I did see some correspondence between you and Mr. Whitney and or some other folks, possibly at Mr. Anderson's office, plaintiff's counsel's office in this case regarding some type of license that's set to expire in Florida in October this year. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
What is that license?
Well, in order to be compensated for my service as an expert in a capital murder case in Miami, where I'm designated as a prosecution expert, I have had to obtain some type of certificate that enables me to be identified as a physician.
Turning to page 29, line 13. Okay. And is there an average number per year, let's say, for the last 5, 7 years, whatever, somewhere in that range, that you could provide me that would kind of delineate, again, an average number in which you're retained to provide expert witness testimony in this case, or opinions, I should say?
I could probably find that out for you, but I can tell you that it is not many. So as you can see from this list, relatively few cases actually come to either deposition or trial testimony. The others really have to do with analysis and discussion and conversations. I think that in some, there are fewer than 15 a year, and that's inclusive of the defense counsel who called me because there's a real shortage of people with my abilities and experience in, cases of shaken baby syndrome or of child sexual abuse, where they need someone to review other professionals' opinions. The number is small.
All right, turning to page 35, line 8. Have you ever been retained to provide an opinion, an expert opinion, in a case in which the issues centered on a child abuse investigation based upon reasonable suspicion of child abuse, kind of like what we have here in this case?
Yes.
Let me finish my question. Have you ever provided testimony in a civil case similar to the one we have here today?
Yes.
Okay. When was the last one that you can think of?
This was in July of this year when I was retained by an attorney in Burlington, Vermont, who had been representing the parents of a child with a long-standing complex disorder involving a genetic syndrome and elements of cyclical vomiting, which resulted in weight loss, severe joint pain associated with a congenital syndrome, a tissue disorder in which the family had received extensive diagnostic workups and continuing services in a fine university hospital in New York City prior to moving to Vermont. The child needed urgent care in a hospital in Vermont, where the doctors questioned whether this whole history was real or whether it had been invented, fabricated by the mother seeking care for a rare diagnosis that she cooked up in her head. I reviewed extensive materials, consulted extensively with this attorney, and fortunately, prior to the possibility that I might testify in court hearing, the case was dismissed in the local court. So that's another case in which I've been involved. I can give you the attorney's name if that's of interest, but it didn't culminate in any eventual trial testimony.
Turning to page 39, line 8. Okay. All right. Have you, other than the case that you just mentioned in Vermont, have you in the last 5, or let's go back 10 years, have you ever been retained in a case in which you were asked to review the circumstances of suspected child abuse and the ultimate process by which the child abuse investigation occurred, other than the one you just described?
There have been other cases like that.
Turning page 41, line 14. And doctor, with regard to that board certification, that subspecialty of child abuse pediatrics, do you hold that board certification?
No, I chose not to. First, I was grandfathered in. I am an emeritus member of the Ray Heffler Society, which is a peer reference group of board-certified child abuse pediatricians. But much of their examination was founded on my publications and work and materials that I generated for the American Academy of Pediatrics Continuing Education, where I taught a great deal over the decades. But I'm not identified as a child abuse pediatrician, except for the fact that this is a specialty area of mine.
Sure.
And I've dealt with that work.
Understood. And I understand your background, It goes far back, like you said, even before the board certification arose itself, the designation. Let me ask you this. We've already established that your direct involvement in child abuse pediatrics from a hands-on standpoint ended in 1999, correct?
No, not at all. My involvement in child abuse pediatrics has sustained me since I closed my office at Children's Hospital in 1999. In other words, I've had an active consultation practice in this very area and have been consulting continuously, both in cases where serious child abuse has occurred and sometimes giving testimony on those issues after my diligent initial reviews. And so I'm continuously involved, and I have, how to put it, an eye on the field as it's evolved.
Sure.
I participate on the lists of board-certified child abuse pediatricians, occasionally making a contribution of my own, getting calls from pediatricians around the country around particular cases in which they ask me to consult. I'm quite active in this area.
And I didn't mean to. What I meant, doctor, and I apologize if I wasn't clear, because it was a poor question, I think. You have not formally served in an investigatory role as far as child abuse pediatrics goes, hands-on, in the trenches, investigating child abuse as it's happening, if you will. Since 1999, you've maintained a consulting practice in this area, but it's been after the fact, so to speak, correct? You're being asked to opine afterwards?
No, that's not true.
Okay.
No, few of the cases in which I've consulted involve cases in process in hospitals as they are going on, and where someone feels that there's a need for an additional consultation with someone with my depth of understanding of these issues.
Turning to page 50, line 6. Okay, doctor, I'm going to shift gears because I want to kind of move on a little bit. I might come back to some of this, but I don't. We only have a certain amount of time today, and I'd like to cover as much as we can. Very, very quickly, just by way of your background, training, and experience as a pediatrician, I'm going to ask you some general questions. And they almost might be silly, they're so general, but I want to make sure I have your understanding on it. You obviously completed medical school, and in the medical school, you received general medical training, correct?
Yes.
And then you chose to move on to become a pediatrician, which is a specialty of medicine, if you will, correct?
Not exactly. When I was in medical school, one had to, prior to graduating from medical school, choose a path in subsequent training, both what you would do in internship in, and then, if so desired, what area of practice, family medicine or one of the subspecialties you wanted to go into. I had accepted a neurology residency at Stanford in California, but in 1966, the year in which I graduated, during the Lyndon Johnson administration, as troop levels in Vietnam rose to over 1.5 million, there was a shortage of doctors to support the war effort. And they imposed at that time a doctor draft in which all male graduates of the class of 1966, my graduating class, were obliged to register with their draft boards and to choose service in one of the uniformed services.
And so I'm clear. My question is being a pediatrician a specialty in the field of medicine?
Yes.
Okay. And so doctors like you, and I noticed you might have taken a different path as to how and why you got there versus some other folks. But you received separate training as a pediatrician than some folks that graduate medical school and choose a different specialty. Is that right?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Sure.
I mean, if you want to become a pediatrician, you have to...
Yes, please go ahead. What is it about being a pediatrician that is specific to that specialty?
Well, pediatricians have an obligation and a formation in the understanding of the path of physiology of infants and child illness and its prevention and treatments. This requires rigorous course of training in which they, under the guidance of senior physicians, senior themselves, actually give care to children in inpatient and outpatient settings. That's called an internship and a residency. And typically, this goes forth in the setting of a medical school department of pediatrics that lasts for a certain number of years. And then for most pediatricians, it culminates in a short subsequent experience and then the taking of board examination, which covers their knowledge and understanding of the field. And then they become certified as specialists.
So they receive separate and additional, if you will, training about the care and treatment, evaluation of a child versus the adult population?
Essentially, yes.
Okay. And you yourself, and I don't want to rehash things here, but you have not maintained a clinical practice as a general pediatrician in any form or fashion since 1994. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, doctor. Have you ever served as a statewide medical director of a child protection service?
No.
Turning to page 54. Okay. And as you mentioned, you have taught some here in Florida. And I think you just mentioned you've actually taught on the subject of Munchausen syndrome by proxy.
Yes.
Turning to page 57, line 1. Doctor, but I was looking for a number. How many times have you lectured or taught on that subject in the state of Florida?
Well, I think there was something like 4 or 5 different presentations. And I seem to recall they occurred in different places because they drew the teams together from different places.
Okay. And so approximately, again, and it's an estimation, but 4 to 5 times you've taught or lectured on that subject in the state of Florida throughout your career.
That's my memory.
Okay. And the 4 or 5 times that it occurred subsequent to the explanation or story you just provided about that one particular case, when was that case? What time frame?
If memory serves, I was first contacted by a lawyer for a hospital that was sued by this mother, alleging that nurses in the hospital had sent vomitus from the child to the laboratory without her permission.
I'm looking for a year. Do you know what year it was?
As I said, I believe it was 1991.
Page 59, line 23. So you believe it to be a legitimate condition?
Yes, but it's a diagnostic wastebasket.
Page 61, line 13. I do want to hone in on one word you just used, Doctor, because it was one I was about to throw out to you, and you used it. I understand you called at the start a diagnostic wastebasket, the condition itself. But fair to say, and I think you yourself just used the word, the condition often presents itself on a spectrum that requires evaluation. Is that fair?
Exactly.
Page 63, line 22. I'll call this essentially your scope of retention in your matter. When were you first retained by Mr. Anderson's firm in this case?
Bear with me. Sure. This was in June of 2020.
Okay, and then, I show other materials sent to you continuing through February into March, June, July, August, and even September of this year. Does that sound right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And I also show that sometime, I think relatively recently, you submitted an invoice for a total of about 72 and a half hours for your time incurred thus far.
Yes.
Is that the sum total, setting aside what you're doing here today, is that the sum total of the time that you've spent on this case?
Bear with me for a moment. I believe that is the time. On hold for just a moment. I want to be absolutely sure I'm giving you an accurate response.
Sure, and I appreciate that.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then what did you do in preparation for your deposition today, if anything?
I reviewed numerous documents pertaining to the practice of Dr. Sally Smith, her deposition, and then numerous other hospital records, the reports of psychologists, Dr. Lewis, Dr. Duncan, the records of Eagle's Wings, where the family sought psychiatric consultation, the deposition transcripts of the primary care physician, Dr. Wassenauer.
All right, turn to page 105, line 6. All right, doctor. I'm going to shift gears so I can get into some of the actual opinions here and get into what it is you reviewed and what your opinions are based on what you reviewed. Let me ask you this real quick, though. So before I make that seg, the medical records that are listed in paragraphs 5A through P, the medical records, the hospital records, things like that, those are the records that you've reviewed. I mean, I looked at them, and they totaled maybe 100-something, 200 pages tops. Does that sound about right in terms of the records themselves?
No, I think that's an underestimate. I think it's much more like 500 pages.
Okay. But if I were to represent to you that the medical record or medical chart from Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital is thousands of pages, you haven't reviewed thousands of pages, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And by way of deposition transcripts, of course, you've talked about Dr. Sally Smith. You've reviewed those. You've reviewed Dr. Wassenauer's. You reviewed Dr. Diaz. But that's it. Is that right?
Hold on for a moment. Correct.
Okay. All right, doctor. If I could ask you then, I'm going to walk through your deposition in a few moments here. But if I could just first start with you, if you could just kind of, and I know some of this is going to be covered in your affidavit, and you'll expound on that, I imagine. But can you give me kind of broad stroke, maybe bullet point fashion, what your opinions are here in this case, what you are prepared to offer in front of a jury? And what I'm asking for is, I don't need a dissertation at this moment. If you could just really, in a few sentences, and we'll go into more detail in each one, but just so I have a roadmap, what your broad stroke opinions are in this case.
Sure, I'll try. First, and these are within the bounds of medical and scientific certainty, that her medical approach in this case diverged from the accepted standard of the hospital treating physicians conducting an appropriate differential diagnosis in which all alternatives are seriously considered and honestly represented.
Okay.
3, that her practice with regard to this child violated the standard of care, and that had to do with the careful and sympathetic attention to the child's presenting complaints, past medical history, current hospital course with regard to pain, distress, ruptured family relationships, and her request for
I'm sorry,
analgesic.
Your Honor. I'm sorry to interrupt the answer. Can we approach briefly?
Sure. You okay there, Mr. Whitney?
Yeah, it's got caught up on the court.
Must be contagious.
Where were we?
All right.
Okay, at the OK 7 here.
Well,
I think the beginning of the answer would be.
yeah, why don't you go back to what line? Page 106, line 20, if you could start there. Where your answer begins. Sure.
Sure. Okay. Sure, I'll try. First, and these are within the bounds of medical and scientific certainty. 2, that her medical approach to this case diverged from the accepted standard of the hospital treating physicians, conducting an appropriate differential diagnosis in which all alternatives are seriously considered and honestly represented.
Okay.
3, that her practice with regard to this child violated the standard of care that had to do with careful and sympathetic attention to a child's presenting complaints, past medical history, and current hospital course with regard to pain, distress, ruptured family relationships, and her request for analgesic medication, where Dr. Smith, with cruelty, with opacity of sympathy, and with a propensity to blame not only the mother as a perpetrator, but the child as a willing and intentional collaborator, rather than to understand the child as a suffering individual supported by loving and caring persons. Is that bottom in or no? 20.
That doesn't look like it.
It's out.
All right. And then the next question on 108, line 9. As to what you believe the deviations from the standard of care were.
Answer yes, correct.
Okay.
A second, with regard to the 2 Hippocratic ethical canons, principally, first of all, to do no harm.
Continue.
Principally, first, to do no harm. At no point did it appear to her that her actions, her inactions, her interventions to, quote, wean the child from medication, to separate the child from life-supporting devices to enable nutrition, for example, might actually harm the child. There was none of this. There was no consideration, no capacity to, on her part, to take a critical perspective on her own work and not inflict harm.
And then here.
Those, in sum, are my opinions.
All right, now we're turning to page 117, beginning at line 9. Okay. Do you recall, by reviewing Dr. Wassenaar's, first of all, did you review Dr. Wassenaar's medical records as it relates to Beata?
I reviewed his medical records and his deposition, and he had positive things to say about Beata, yes.
Okay. But you actually reviewed the medical records that pertained to Beata versus Maya.
I don't remember the distinction. It's been some time since I looked at the medical records of his.
Top of page 118. Okay. Well, he was Beata's primary care physician, was he not?
Correct.
Turning to page 120, line 19. What evidence, just staying with paragraph 6 here, what evidence can you point to that supports the proposition that Dr. Smith acted as a treating physician as it relates to Maya Kowalski?
Well, I point out in the summary that Dr. Smith's role included orchestrating the creation of a treatment team. She intervened consistently with regards to actions to be taken with regard to drugs that Maya was given to allay pain. to advise to support infusion of intravenous treatments, to involve herself directly in interdisciplinary discussions, where she was represented as an authoritative participant in transmitting documents, texting back and forth in November with Dr. Powell Adiz, words to the effect, and this is number 11 in my affidavit. In her deposition of March 6, Dr. Smith testified she texted a number of messages to Dr. Paola Dees and a number of communications with her during the time the child was in the hospital. I texted her, quote, probably already in progress, but I may get her off as many meds as possible. That was page 75, lines 5 to 25. And then on
Sorry,
November 5th,
That was read incorrectly. You said, I may be.
that was,
Can you restart? I'm sorry, line.
where do you want me to
Line
start?
12.
12?
Yep.
Okay. During the time the child was in the hospital, quote, I texted to her, quote, probably already in progress, but maybe get her off as many meds as possible. That was page 75, lines 5 to 12. Then on December 5th, 2016, when Dr. Dees...
November 5th.
Huh?
November 5th.
No, I'm sorry. November 5th, 2016, when Dr. Dees texted to her, to Dr. Smith, for your information, I just went to see Maya. I watched her use her feet to push her several feet in her wheelchair in her room. My son was outside the room and I was trying to prevent him from coming in the room. She wanted to see him, so she inadvertently started coming to the door. She was distracted. I'm not even sure she realized she did it, but I didn't want to call attention to it, but I mentioned it to the nurse who also saw it earlier. And this is from Dr. Smith's March 6th deposition.
All right. So, doctor, you're referencing communications that she had with treaters at the hospital where she was being sheltered. Is that right?
My point is that this attending physician at the hospital was reporting information to Dr. Smith that went well beyond Dr. Smith's role as an evaluator. At this time, it's my understanding that there was a monitoring of this child in the hospital, and they were looking for any and all artifacts of falsification of medicalization. And on the child's part, misrepresenting her ambulation, her symptoms, her comfort, her ability to move around. Clearly, this was the hospitalists who were the attending inpatient physician members of this team communicating to Smith what she knew Smith wanted to know in her work as a colleague treater at the hospital. And similarly,
Doctor, isn't that supposition on your part? Aren't you superimposing an assumption that Dr. Deese wanted to transmit information to Dr. Smith that Dr. Smith wanted to know? You have no way of knowing that. Is that correct?
in association with the communications on March 6, 2019, when Dr. Dees texted her with regard to Maya's persistent symptoms and efforts to ambulate.
All right. Dr. Newberger, let me stay on task here. So as far as paragraph 6 goes, you rendered an opinion, and you offered some more here. As to that, you believe that Dr. Sally Smith acted as a treating physician on behalf of Maya Kowalski. Let me stick with that. You have not seen a single record anywhere in Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital medical chart that would reflect Dr. Smith entered an order regarding this child's care. Is that correct?
You mean like writing a written order?
Correct. And again, entering an order as a treater.
No. Very often, people are members of a treatment team, an interdisciplinary team of the kind that she helped or was ordered to take place. The orders typically are answered by the attendings and typically also seconded to residents and interns in training hospitals. This was, if you will, a teaching hospital. All of this is going forth under the banner of the great Johns Hopkins Hospital in Baltimore, one of the most elite and justifiably prominent training institutions in the country. So the practice there doesn't involve the consultant's writing orders. She was a consultant actively involved in the care of this child and went beyond her role.
Doctor, is the answer to my question, though, did you find, the only pending question is there any order that you found that Dr. Sally Smith entered regarding this child's care? One that she entered, one that she signed?
No, I didn't see it, but please understand, I did not see the whole compendium of orders typically in the nursing notes, there would be a compendium of doctor's orders. I was not given that to review. But on the other hand, this is manifestly obvious to me that she was a treating doctor.
Okay. So it's the same, very simple question. In anything you reviewed, did you see any progress note authored by Dr. Sally Smith in the medical chart of Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital? Doctor, this isn't meant to be a trick question. I will represent to you there is not one, but if you are aware of one, please let me know.
I don't recall seeing one, no.
Okay. Same thing as it relates to a consultation authored by Dr. Smith, Dr. Sally Smith, included in the Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. As it relates to Maya Kowalski, you're not aware of one, correct?
Well, what I did see with regard to her participation in consultation was, under bullet 15 in my affidavit, I mentioned that she was called on short notice to attend case management meetings in which she had an instrumental attending role. For example, she received this text on January 10th, 2017 from Dr. Alexis Major at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. Hi, Sally, exclamation point. Quote, sorry this is short order, but there is a staff meeting with staff first from 3:30 p.m. today in the case management, close quote, / social work area office first floor, and then with father between 3:30 to 4 p.m. And this was from Sally Smith's deposition on March 6, 2020, and it was an exhibit to the deposition. So my point is that she may not have entered a consultation note on the record, but this shows without question that she was participating in consultation to the attendings as a member of that team. That's what...
But doctor, the answer to my question about whether or not...
That's what... Could you please let me finish my response?
Sure.
That's why, as a matter of urgency, for this physician, Dr. Catherine Alexis Major, to, at short notice, alert her to a meeting with staff. She wasn't there as an evaluator, Mr. Haskell, or an investigator. She was there as a member of the clinical team.
Okay, but doctor, my question...
That's...
First of all, let me ask you this. You don't even know... Would it surprise you to know that Dr. Smith didn't even make that meeting that Dr. Major texted her about because she wasn't available?
To me, that's immaterial. What this shows is the perspective of the attending with regard to the need to have Smith there at the meeting, and not as an evaluator, but as a participant.
Okay, and as a participant, as a treater, I think my question to you was, you're not aware of any consultation note authored by Dr. Smith or consultation report authored by Dr. Sally Smith contained within the medical chart in Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital as it relates to Maya Kowalski. Is that correct?
I am not aware of one, no.
Turning to page 129, line 11. Okay. Number 7, you opine that Dr. Smith took on a proactive role in not just evaluating Maya for whether she was abusive, a child abuse victim, but also weighing in on making both diagnostic and treatment decisions. That's essentially part and parcel that falls under the umbrella of what we covered in 6. Is that correct?
Yes.
Page 139, line 3. Okay, let's go. I think we're going to be able to kind of streamline through a lot of these paragraphs, but you've covered a lot of it already by way of what you've been talking about. So in large part, the basis for your opinion and criticism of Dr. Smith as it relates to her being a treater and involved in the care and treatment of Maya, in terms of tangible evidence, goes to the text messages and the telephone calls and that kind of thing that she had with the treaters at Johns Hopkins All Children's. Is that right?
No. She was an active and continuing participation in the care of this child. Yes, there are these things that have evidentiary significance, but if we are going to go through her report, there are multiple indications of her taking a prosecutorial role of gathering information within the hospital to support the proof that she was seeking that Beata was a perpetrator. And she was doing this as a member of the hospital team. She was not doing it as an evaluator in any reasonable interpretation of the word evaluator.
Okay. Well, I think one of the key terms that I just used in my question was tangible evidence that would support the basis. Proof to be a basis for your opinion regarding Dr. Smith acting as a treater. And we covered the calls, we covered the texts, we also covered the lack of documents that I asked you about. What other tangible evidence can you point to that would support the basis of that opinion, Doctor?
Well, if you jump ahead to number 16, with regard to Maya's central port, I want to be clear that when you have to infuse ketamine and other analgesics to a child screaming in pain, you can't do this through a peripheral vein. You have to have a central port. And Dr. Smith was, as I put it, intimately involved in the orchestrated effort to remove Maya's central port in late October and early November 2016. In fact, she advocated for the removal of the port over Maya's parents' objections. And I've got a reference to where that comes in. Quote, she was one of 3 physicians at the hospital, along with Dees and Hart, who pushed for the removal. Again, this advocacy and push for removal of a surgically installed medical implement went well beyond an evaluator or investigatory role. Investigators do not recommend or direct invasive procedures.
Turning to page 142, line 21. And doctor, you said you were going to try to find that for me, and I'm thinking you might have?
You're correct.
Okay, go ahead, doctor, please.
Bates number PLT 030704, document name, hospitalist perform information, Paola B. Dees, MD. It reads, addendum by Paola B. Dees, MD, on Monday, October 31st, 2016 at 15:20 Eastern Daylight Time. Quote, spoke with Dr. Hart from Physiatry and Dr. Smith from CPT via phone. Dr. Smith has reviewed essentially all of Maya's medical records, and there is no documented immunodeficiency. Maya apparently has taken to 3 different immunologists and had no documented concerns by these specialists. She had an EMG, that's an electromyogram, with NCV, that's a nerve conduction studies, at TGH, that's Tampa General, during her inpatient rehab stay. In fact, it was apparently noted in the records that Maya did not report pain during the procedure itself. She was prescribed IVIG, that's an intravenous immunoglobulin, by a physician in Orlando for diagnosis of RSD/CRPS, and began monthly infusions in April of this year. Based on this information, and here's the money part, I agree with Dr. Hart and Dr. Smith, we should proceed in removing Maya's port, as there is no indication for us to have a CVL. That means central venous line.
Okay. And doctor, you would agree that that is a medical record authored by Dr. Dees, who was a practitioner at the hospital herself.
Yes.
And you didn't read Dr. Dees' deposition transcript. We've established that, right?
Correct.
And Dr. Dees made that decision, did she not, or at least she authored the report in which a decision concerning the removal of the port is addressed, correct?
My number 16 says, Dr. Smith was also intimately involved in the orchestrated effort to remove Maya's central port in late October and early November 2016. In fact, Dr. Smith advocated for the removal of Maya's port over Maya's parents' objections. She was one of 3 physicians at the hospital, along with Dr. Dees and Hart, who pushed for the removal. Again, this advocacy and push for the removal of a surgically installed medical implement went well beyond an evaluator or investigatory role. Investigators do not recommend or direct invasive procedures. If you read what I just sent you, there's a great deal of argument there from Dr. Smith to her 2 team colleagues with regard to what she found. And I put that in quotes in her investigation. She was apparently taken to 3 different immunologists, and they had no concerns. She had an EMG in the rehab stay, and it was negative. And it was apparently noted in the record that she didn't report pain for the procedure itself. She was prescribed intravenous immunoglobulin by a physician in Orlando for diagnosis of RSD/CRPS and began monthly infusions in April of this year. Based on this information, I agree with Dr. Hart and Dr. Smith we should proceed with removing Maya's port, as there is no indication for her to have a central venous line.
Okay.
This is in support of my testimony, or to put it another way, this is the proof that she was part of this orchestrated effort.
Doctor, everything that you just read into the record from that note authored by Dr. Dees is nothing more than a communication between a treater at the hospital that has the ability to enter an order to remove the port and a consultant like Dr. Smith, who is providing input as the Child Protection Team Medical Director. Isn't that correct?
No.
How is that not correct, doctor?
This was a team effort. and they were relying on Smith and Smith's interpretation of the medical history to inform the joint decision of this team, with Smith as an attending physician at the hospital pushing for the removal of the port. That's how I read this, and that will be my testimony at trial.
Okay. And doctor, you're presupposing that Dr. Deese and Dr. Hart and the other good doctors at the hospital wouldn't have removed the port, absent any input from Dr. Smith, Dr. Sally Smith, anyway, right? You have no way of knowing that.
I don't know that, but it's immaterial, Mr. Haskell.
All right. So in the words you used in paragraph 16 in your affidavit, you say investigators do not recommend or direct. First of all, recommending is very different than directing, is it not?
Well, in this context, there is no question about the instrumental role.
No, doctor. My question is, there is a difference between a recommendation and a direction, is there not?
This is an interdisciplinary team in which she is an attending participant in the eyes of these other people. They are relying upon her perceptions, on her warped reading of the medical history to inform their decision together to remove this port.
Turning to page 148, line 18. Okay, so it's your testimony then, because of what Dr. Smith gave in the input that Dr. Sally Smith provided, these doctors at the hospital chose to remove the port and did so based upon that recommendation and set aside their own professional judgment in the actual care and treatment of this child?
That's not what I'm saying at all, and you know that, Mr. Haskell. They're operating as a team, as a collegial treating physicians. That's how she's perceived. That's how the data she collected is weighed. They're relying on her to inform their judgment.
Who entered the order?
Clearly, they bought into it, but it wasn't Smith who's writing the order, but she sure is weighing in the orchestration of this potentially disastrous intervention.
What's the motivation for the intentional disastrous situation there?
I don't have a theory on that.
Okay. Well, to be intentional and disastrous, there's got to be some kind of motivation, does there not?
I'm saying intentional. I mean intentional in terms of actually conducting the removal of the port, and disastrous, in my opinion, in terms of the downside consequences for this girl who needs the intravenous globulin, who needs the infusion of the pain relief.
Based on what, doctor?
She's not faking it. Based on all the CRPS symptomatology that's been documented at this very time, which Smith couldn't even get her head around or wouldn't.
Doctor, you're not superimposing your opinions as to CRPS on other doctors at the hospital. You're not an expert on CRPS, correct?
To the contrary.
Turning to page 152, line 13. Well, she did have contact with Kirkpatrick, did she not?
She had some contact with Kirkpatrick, but as I read it, not especially substantive, and surely not reflected in her note with the substance that it deserved.
And you, in turn, had contact with Kirkpatrick and Hannah during a round table meeting, correct?
I do not recall the participants. I don't recall either of them by name as being present.
Page 158, line 8. You're not aware of any medical record anywhere that would reflect Dr. Smith entered an order, authored an order, consulted with, or provided any type of treatment or care or evaluation to Beata, correct?
My memory is that she interviewed Beata, but if memory serves, deceived her by not complaining what her role was. Volume 2.
Volume 2 from...
Give me 1 second. Sorry.
Sure, no problem. September 30th, 2020.
Okay.
Sorry.
And beginning at page 176, line 6. Eli Herbert Newberger, MD, a witness having been duly sworn to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, was examined and testified as follows. Good morning, doctor. How are you?
I'm good, thank you.
Well, thank you again for allowing us to kind of break that last time and get this completed today. I only reserved a few hours. I do not anticipate being terribly long, but again, that's an attorney telling you that in this particular case. We say that quite a bit, and who knows. But I could tell you I have a hard stop mid-afternoon, and I'm on Eastern time, and I don't anticipate going that long. So I will bounce around a little bit because if you recall, we kind of covered the majority of your opinions. Some of the latter ones we only loosely covered, and I'll fill in the gaps, okay?
Sure.
All right, thank you, Doctor. Housekeeping-wise, between the date of the first part of your deposition last week and today, have you reviewed anything in addition to what we previously reviewed and discussed?
Yes.
What have you reviewed?
Both.
Okay, what did you ask for?
I can't recall. I was interested in anything that related to the substance of my deposition that went to Dr. Smith's and her colleagues' relationship at the hospital, specifically with regard to what I perceive as an instrumental role that she played in the hospital care of Maya. I was concerned of who? Of the child in question. And I was as well interested in any court proceeding that demonstrated a similar involvement by her, and also the instrumental involvement of people whom she represented herself to as a hospital physician. Additionally, I was interested in the current medical status of this child, and to the extent to which her current medical status may have been affected by the work of Dr. Smith, Catherine Beatty, of Dr. Major, of Dr. Paola Dees, of other social workers, and the risk management department of this hospital. So I asked for materials that would better inform my opinion, and Attorney Whitney sent me this packet and also arranged for me to talk with this girl and her father and her pediatrician, who I saw, I believe yesterday or the day before. So all of this went into my preparation for today's deposition.
Okay, so that sounds like a lot more material. I mean, you've done quite a bit in the last week then, fair to say?
Yes, that is fair to say.
Okay. Well, I can't promise you that I can stick to what I told you then for purposes of how long we may or may not be today. Let me do it this way from a broad stroke perspective. I'm going to cover, and I will and need to cover, what it is you looked at and done, but setting that aside for the moment, what you expressed, I guess, 5 broad stroke opinions last week, if you remember. The first one was Dr. Smith, you testified, fell below the standard of care, and you had various subparts as to why and how, and then we went on into the 4 other general opinions that you had. Have your opinions overall changed or been modified based upon whatever additional information you reviewed or discussed in this case?
With regard to the impact on this family of Dr. Smith and the other Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital workers, they have been more deeply informed with regard to the trauma suffered by the girl and her father with regard to their impact in propelling the mother's taking her own life with regard to the following impacts on the child of the trauma, which have produced an acute and concerning medical set of consequences that derive directly, in my opinion, from the malfeasance of the staff of the hospital.
All right. That's a lot to digest, I think. Let me do it this way. What is it that you reviewed, and I'd like a specific deposition citation, part of a deposition, whatever, specific record. What is it that you reviewed that provides a basis for the additional or altered opinions you just expressed?
Sure. The deposition of Kathy Beatty, volumes 1 and 2, on January 30th, 2020. The depositions of Dr. Catherine Major on October 30, 2019, and January 9, 2020. The deposition of Paola Dees, another physician, on May 10, 2019, and August 15, 2019. The deposition of Dr. Leah Bahar Posey, that's spelled L-A-L-E-H, and the last name is Bahar-Posey on May 22, 2019. The deposition of Detective Stephanie Graham on November 18, 2019. The deposition of social worker Elaine Brown on March 19, 2019. Then the deposition of social worker Deborah Hanson on June 5, 2019, and a set of other records including affidavit of Sally Smith, the CV of Sally Smith, the Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital access log regarding Maya's medical records, the health risk assessment chart for child abuse and neglect, and the Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital physical child abuse clinical pathway.
Okay. And is that the sum total of the additional materials provided?
No. Substantial information was provided by Jack and Maya Kowalski in our hour-plus conversation with them on Sunday, and by Dr. Jack Wassenauer in my conversation with John Wassenauer, on my conversation with him yesterday.
Okay. How long were you on the call with Dr. Wassenauer yesterday?
About a half hour.
Okay. And what was the purpose of that call?
I was interested in finding out about his overall take on the case and the nature of his involvement, and we talked about that. But the substance of the call had to do with his very recent visit with this girl who had, in the last year, lost 20 pounds and appeared to be having a medical crisis that conceivably put her life in danger. And we talked about that and the pediatric differential diagnosis and pathways to a deeper understanding of what was going on. And it was a productive and useful conversation. I was also informed by my previous conversation with Maya and her father.
Okay. Did Dr. Wassenaar enlighten you that he was just deposed within the last week, or his continuation of his deposition occurred within the last week?
I believe he mentioned that in the context of Maya's self-imposed exercise regime, but I don't recall if it was in that deposition or some other that he drew from to tell me about that.
Okay. I realize you actually had a chance to talk with him yesterday for approximately 30 minutes. Did you read his deposition transcript that was, taken within the last week or so?
No, the deposition transcript I read was of January 8th, 2020.
Okay. I've got a lot to kind of ask about this now. So you mentioned that through your discussion with Dr. Wassenaar, there was a reference to a relatively recent medical crisis, is what I heard you say regarding Maya.
Yes.
What was that?
Well, and I'm just going off my notes. I did jot down a few notes. She appeared to him on first appearance, someone he hardly recognized. She was wearing a huge sweater that obscured her body. She was pale and she was emaciated, and as I mentioned, she had lost some 20 pounds. The reason for the visit was, or complaints, if you will, shortness of breath that raised the question immediately for a severely emaciated child about severely nutritional imbalance, or disturbance rather, possibly self-imposed, possibly related to the antecedent traumatic experiences as, unfortunately, anorexia sometimes is. And so because anorexia can be fatal disease, shortness of breath may signify some cardiac failure. Dr. Wassenaar has extensive experience with anorexia, including very severe cases, and we talked about that, about what workup might entail and what it might be deriving from. Now, previously in my conversations with Jack and Maya Kowalski a few weeks ago on Sunday, I was able to understand more deeply the traumatic impacts of her experience at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital and the enforced separation that it imposed on her mother, and actually had in conversation noted with them that, as I was, to Jack and Maya's accounting of her evident avoidance of her numbing of obsessive involvement with her schoolwork, her mistrust of any medical person because it reminded her so of the adverse experience at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. It began to form in my mind the likely diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder, which I diagnosed on many occasions in the course of my career. I'm deeply familiar with that area of medical practice, and we talked about that specifically with regard to Maya's relentless focus on high achieving in her schoolwork. She's a highly intelligent child, but spends an inordinate amount of time doing her homework, and she says her family says they don't have her homework. And she says her family say they don't have homework like this. Well, she applies herself with such diligence that she spends large amounts of every day, and this has been limiting the amount of contact she has with her friends. Further, it's also limited the amount of time that she could practice with the piano, which she appears to have great talent. This was actually noted at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital when she played.
Doctor, if I could interject really quick. I'm going to let you finish, so Greg, don't worry about it. I do want to say this, though. We have a lot to cover now, and my question was about your conversation with Dr. Wassenaar, and somehow that's diverged into a discussion with Maya that I haven't even questioned about yet. For your sake and the value of your time and everybody here, I'm going to just ask you very respectfully if you could listen to the question I ask and to the best of your ability answer that question. I will certainly follow up, and if it requires something else, let me know. But I just think something like this is going to make this deposition. I think we're going to get to 3 o'clock or 3:30 and realize we have to go to a day 3, and I don't want to do that if it's unnecessary to do so. So please feel free to finish if you think you need to the pending question.
Well, with respect and with regard to the pending question, it was important that Dr. Wassenaar and I review this information because it went to essential medical history with which he was contending with regard to this very serious contemporary diagnostic challenge. And I'm giving you this background by way of giving you my firsthand information that I was able to give Dr. Wassenauer for his consideration. But I'll complete my answer quickly by saying that, unfortunately, this girl has music in her life, a piano teacher she loves, even though she's not able to practice as much as she would like. And I said, that's curious because I also studied piano when I was your age, actually. For your information, I studied piano at Juilliard School of Music till I was 16 when I stopped. And I had superb teachers, and I was pleased to hear that her teacher was not bothered by the fact she couldn't practice. I was able to say, I share this interest with you and didn't especially like practicing when I was your age, and it didn't bother my teacher too much. And then I kind of bonded with her about music, and we talked very productively about music, and I think to her relationship of trust that also enabled me to ask her and Jack about other more sensitive aspects of their life, which I then shared to Dr. Wassenauer. So Dr. Wassenauer was deeply concerned about these issues and how they might relate to the crisis that he was now dealing with regard to her health. And we talked about this in a substantive way. He's drawn the appropriate laboratories from his previous work with anorexia nervosa in young adolescents. Maya is now 14. He's familiar with the connections between PTSD and the onset of anorexia nervosa, if that's indeed what is going on now. And this is complicated further, and this is why it was important to relate back to that conversation. And my apologies for my long answer. If we were going to go another day, I want to be fully a participant, giving the information that the jury will want to know in this case. Her social isolation,
Wait, Doctor, I'm going to have to ask you to stop. We are so far behind. I'm going to move to strike, I don't know, the last 5 minutes? This is a narrative, and I'm going to move to strike it, and I need you to be able to move this depo along. So I appreciate your response. I'll follow up accordingly. I want to do this because I need to, and I will get to some of that. I anticipate, maybe not today. The testimony you gave on September 22nd, a week ago, or a little over a week ago, the opinions you provided at that first day of the deposition, do those opinions still hold true?
Yes.
Okay. You told me that there's some modifications and maybe supplements, if you will, to those opinions, and you gave me in a broad stroke format a couple minutes ago. Are those the sum total, from a broad stroke standpoint, of the additional opinions you've arrived at in this matter?
Do you want to hear them?
Well, you gave them to me in a broad stroke. My question is, what you just gave to me based upon these additional materials you've looked at, the modified opinions, the supplement opinions, however you want to phrase it, you gave them to me in a broad stroke already, and I'll get into them in a bit more detail in a moment. But were those the sum total of the broad stroke additional or modified opinions that you have?
I don't understand. I will tell you what those opinions, those supplemental attributes of the change of my opinions, if that's what you want to hear. Is that the question you're posing to me?
Let's go with that. Go ahead. But please, I'm asking you if you could just give them to me in a thumbnail version, and we'll take one at a time.
Sure. Well, Dr. Smith, from these new materials, it was evident to me had more than an instrumental role in directing the child's medical care than I had expected, reifying my impression that not only was she a member of this hospital staff and acting as one doing the acts I'm about to describe. First, Dr. Smith was observed by one of her colleagues, Dr. Kilgore, to have actually affixed a copy of a report to the hospital paper medical record, an action that would be unheard of by an outside consultant and would typically be done by a member of the hospital staff concerned to inform any and every person who picked up the paper medical record about her analysis or her own summary, which you'll recall my testimony was highly selective, omitting certain vital information as she drove home her conclusion, which was a preconception that she dressed up as a conclusion, that there was overwhelming evidence that this child was a victim of Munchausen syndrome by proxy by affixing that to a paper record, which is the paper record is typically what physicians who are concerned to get a quick review of the past medical history. And this is just as the electronic medical records are coming into view, a source of tremendous frustration for most of the hospital physicians. So very frequently, paper record that contains, for example, a discharge summary. And we talked about that at my last deposition, and you recall Dr. Major's indication.
Top of page 192. Okay, and who's Dr. Kilgore?
Another staff person at the hospital.
What is Dr. Kilgore a male or female?
I think she's female, but I don't recall.
What's her specialty, if any?
Yes, Dr. Kilgore is one of the general pediatric hospitalists at the hospital. Her first name is Christina. That would suggest that she's female.
Turning to page 200, line 4. What do you mean diagnostic impressions, doctor? What do you mean by that? Were you making diagnoses in this case?
Well, indeed, yes. I made the diagnosis after reviewing this and after talking with Jack and Maya of post-traumatic stress disorder. I'm competent to do that with this history and these guidelines. With regard to conversion disorders, which all of these physicians use casually, as Dr. Smith did, I wanted to be sure that I understood what the formal criteria for diagnosis of conversion disorders, as opposed to the, how to put it, superficial understanding that Dr. Smith used to contort an understanding of Maya's symptoms into psychiatric ones, as well as ones she believed by some magical process reified her mother's impression. So, for example, as I testified previously, her monitoring showed her attempting to move about in a room being characterized as a charade, her intercostal contractions when she was having an asthma attack being characterized by Dr. Smith as something that could be voluntary as opposed to autonomic, which couldn't be susceptible to voluntary control. So I also looked at that as well.
Okay.
I felt that it was important as well to examine the criteria in each example as delineated by DSM-5 so that the PTSD conversion disorder, factitious disorder imposed on another, in my consciousness, that I was considering these issues in anticipation of a conversation with her treating pediatrician who is concerned about all of these processes.
Turning to page 205, line 17. You do not anticipate expressing opinions as a treating physician because you use the word diagnosis, and I have to be clear on that.
Correct. If I'm asked in my pediatric experience that this child is suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder, I will say yes, and I will say why. And I've done this in other cases. I've written about this. I've had deposition testimony about this. I know this area very well from my research and effects on child abuse, of sexual abuse, and other traumatic situations on children. I am not a treating physician. I would not venture into any way saying that I'm a treating physician with regard to Maya.
Okay. And if in fact you were asked that question, is this child suffering from PTSD and why? Your rationale is going to be based upon the things that you reviewed in your actual hour and 15 minutes or so in talking with her and her father. Is that right?
Well, it's more than that.
What else is there?
It's the information I have reviewed.
I just said that.
It's the
Doctor, my question was, if you were...
It's the study I've made and the analysis that I've conducted of many elements that delineate, most importantly with the diagnosis of PTSD, traumatic exposure, which is required in making this diagnosis. And the dramatic exposure in this case involves many dimensions, has many aspects. That's more than half an hour with Dr. Wassenaar and an hour and 15 minutes. It can't be broken down in a few minutes of time. It requires thought. It requires serious reflection.
Page 207, line 6. Right. Doctor, to be clear, I wasn't trying to be coy, nor, facetious. My point is you haven't treated Maya. You haven't, other than spending that hour and 15 approximate with her and her father and the time with Dr. Wassenaar and whatever credentials and background, training, and experience you have, everything else you know about this case is based on what you've learned through either discussions with counsel or your review of the materials, correct? I mean, you don't have any direct experience with this child beyond that hour and 15. Fair enough?
No, yes.
Okay, thank you. Page 211, line 8. In paragraph 2, as I look at it, even from a cursory standpoint, the most recent date span that I see is an adjunct, an attending physician and adjunct in medicine, 2008 to 2019 at Boston Children's Hospital. Do you see that?
Yes.
What did it mean to be an adjunct? Because you were an attending from 1972 to 2000. I know what attending means. What does it mean when you're an adjunct in medicine between 2008 and 2019?
That means you're a physician on the staff whose office is not based at the hospital.
Okay, so between 2008 and 2019, we'll strike that. What did you do, if anything, between, say, 2000 and 2008? And by that I mean paragraph 2 says you were an attending from 1972 to 2000, and then an adjunct from 2008 to 2019. What, if anything, happened, or what was your position, if anything, between 2000 and 2008?
Well, it specifically had to do with my hospital and Harvard appointment. I was appointed at the highest level in the hospital tiered hierarchy of physicians. I was the senior associate in medicine when I closed my office at the end of 1999. Around 2008, all physicians with hospital appointments of that nature had to go through a rigorous process of training. To address hospital emergencies, had to wear a special badge to show that they had been trained, as I recall. And it was burdensome for me because I was outside the hospital and I was mainly coming in occasionally to teach at Harvard Medical School and to consult. So I no longer had that kind of, how to put it, need to be available for emergencies at the hospital. And that's the reason my role changed from senior associate in medicine to adjunct in pediatrics, as they called it. So it's as simple as that. It was administrative.
Okay, that makes sense.
So go ahead.
So when that title changed, 2008 through 2019, and you were officially adjunct in medicine, can you give me an idea as to what it is you would be doing? I mean, what did it mean in real time and from a daily standpoint as to professional time that you were doing, if anything?
It was occasional teaching at Harvard Medical School and at Children's Hospital in keeping with the requirement for people who held university appointments. I was not a tenured member of the medical faculty. All through this time, I maintained my old academic title of Assistant Professor of Pediatrics. In this interval, I don't know if I testified to this fact, but I had at one time a concern to recruit an endowed professorship, the incumbent of an endowed professorship. And I was asked if I wanted to throw my hat in the ring because Harvard, when they make such appointments, it has to conduct an international research, and I declined. At that point, I had a book coming out. After 30 years, I wanted to do something different with my life. So I indicated I no longer wanted to be involved in day-to-day management of cases of suspected child abuse, because not being on site, I would not be able to provide the level of supervision and involvement which such activity requires. But I indicated a willingness to conform my practice to Harvard's rules, where a certain number of hours per year would be given for academic work. And I maintained my association on the faculty in those terms until my wife and I moved full-time 2 years to the Western Massachusetts, where it was no longer possible for me to do that.
Between 2008 and 2019, the work you were putting in was more on the academic side. You were not actually involved in the trenches, if you will, on the day-to-day evaluation of suspected child abuse.
Yes.
Mr. Whitney, can you give us a preview of how much longer?
Yes, Your Honor. I think we're 3/4 of the way through.
Members of the jury, do we want to break now?
Man.
No offense to the readers.
Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do the investigation and receive no information. Let's try to keep it to 10, 15 minutes.
All rise. 0 seconds.
Cut this thing down.
Any issues, the jury's out of our presence, any issues we need to address before we take our 10-minute break?
No.
Okay. And how long is the video portion of Dr. Newberger going to be?
30 minutes.
30 minutes? Okay. Okay, well, we'll see everybody in about 10 minutes. And at some point, obviously, I won't have a time run for the first two depositions, so I'm just going to need a percentage of designations, whether it's 50-50, 75.
I can tell you that we designated literally 39 lines in that entire thing. So it's
like
like 0.1%.
5%.
But they were big words.
It's like Ray.
I think they're all big words there.
You get 10 minutes for Ray.
A lot of the questions.
The next time we could go with
That's good, Nick.
275.
Yeah, don't apologize. He's trying to cut some.
We're cutting stuff out. I hope you don't mind.
Oh, no. I don't think the jury will mind either.
What'd you decide?
275.
What'd you decide?
275. 275, 1 through 10.
Can I see the attorneys up here for just a moment? Let's go ahead and bring the jury back in.
I'm happy to know we skipped a bunch.
Okay, welcome back, members of the jury. Want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves, you did no investigation and received no information. Is that all correct? And that you've done no one approached you about this case, is that correct? And you have not seen any media accounts, is that correct? Mr. Whitney, you may continue.
All right, Dr. Newberger, I'm on page 217, line 1. The hospitalization that precipitated the underlying sheltering dependency hearings, all of that. My definition of subject hospitalization for your edification, doctor, will be October 7th, 2016 forward. Okay?
Okay.
Maya's time at All Children's.
Yes, and now repeat the question, please.
All right, thank you. So you would agree that the providers there, that the doctors, the nursing staff, they spent a great deal of time with Maya in terms of bedside as well as observations, and had an opportunity to just really get to know her and observe her, correct?
Yes.
More so than, say, like a visit to an outpatient provider that might last 30 minutes or even a couple hours. I mean, when you're at a hospital in a bed all day long, that provides a very good baseline and ability to observe a patient, correct?
Well, it depends on the setting. So, for example, when Maya was seen in consultation by Dr. Chopra in Rhode Island as an expert, his focused history gathering, his physical examination, laboratory study, review of the records was far, far more deeply informed, even though it was done on an outpatient basis, than what happened in this hospital over many days.
Okay.
That's one example. Same with Dr. Kirkpatrick. Same with Dr. Hanna. They were operating in an outpatient basis. They gathered information, their diagnostic inferences, the rigor of their analyses and observations don't compare, in my view, to the low quality work that was done by Johns Hopkins by Dr. Smith.
What's the basis of that opinion that the quality of time spent with Maya from the standpoint of Dr. Chopra, Dr. Kirkpatrick, and Dr. Hanna was better, if you will, than what the folks at the hospital had with Maya? What's the basis of that opinion?
First of all, they brought deep expertise, and experience. They also brought an open-minded appreciation for this child's symptoms across the range of their expressions. For example, with regard to her cutaneous symptoms, you recall Dr. Majors and Dr. Beatty's forcing her to undress, taking pictures of her lesions on her skin to conclude mistakenly and testifying that these were self-inflicted by her in support of her mother's professed diagnosis of her. These people knew perfectly well about dermatological manifestations of CRPS and...
What people, doctor?
I'm talking about Hanna, Kirkpatrick, Chopra, who knew about the emergence of these painful or itching lesions in this syndrome. So they're...
How do you know this?
From their records, from the reports of this girl's history.
Was some of that input provided during that round table when they were present?
To the contrary, as I testified previously, I don't recall the specifics of what they may have said at the round table. I'm talking about their records. And in fact, Smith herself had a detailed record from Hanna, but probably is that at All Children's Hospital, everything was skewed through a lens of pathologizing in the wrong direction with the belief that all of this was artifacts of falsification and medicalization. So you're asking me a question about whether or not she happened to be in the hospital at the time close observation is superior in some way to an outpatient assessment. I'm simply saying there were outpatient assessments here that were vastly better, even though they didn't occur within the four walls of the hospital, who's confined there 24 hours a day.
Okay, doctor. Are you aware at the hospital, at Johns Hopkins, during the subject hospitalization, as I've already defined, there was a Dr. Michelle Smith there as well?
Yes. I recall reading a Dr. Michelle Smith because there's some confusion about which Dr. Smith was making reference to in one of these documents. But I don't recall specifically, as we talk here, what her role was.
All right, so now I'm skipping to page 221, line 2. As you sit here today, do you know what the Budapest criteria is?
I do indeed.
And now down to line 19. How do you know about Dr. Cohen?
He was identified in Dr. Major's deposition around these very issues. You recall that Dr. Major learned about CRPS, and frankly, in my medical career, I have never heard of such a thing, by watching YouTube videos by people who professed an expertise rather than going seriously into the literature on this condition, which could easily have done much less to talk to Dr. Hanna or Dr. Kirkpatrick and people with knowledge and expertise this child had seen. And so she was asked about Johns Hopkins system and what access they had and worked under the banner in their same banner of Johns Hopkins in Baltimore. And lo and behold, there's a person there who shared an authoritative committee on current understandings and treatment, which incidentally supported the use of ketamine as was done here, even though Dr. Major, Dr. Smith, Dr. Paola Dees concluded that it wasn't appropriate. And that's how I got to know Dr. Dr. Cohen.
Okay, you didn't read his transcript, his deposition transcript?
No.
I'm jumping ahead, but just for a very finite point here. To be clear, as far as the treaters, I'm going to call them the treaters at the hospital, the Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital treaters involved in Maya's care, part of the treatment team. You're talking about Dr. Deese, doctor. In terms of depositions provided to you since last week, Dr. Deese, Dr. Major, Catherine Beatties, not really a treater, Dr. Posey, and I think that's it. Is that correct? Are those the only doctors you received the transcripts and read?
Correct, yes.
Moving to page 233. It's not your testimony here today that you're an expert on CRPS, is it?
No.
Skipping page 245 and 246. Page 249, line 3. Okay, all right. So we've already covered, you didn't review Dr. Melvin Mendez's deposition nor his records, correct?
Correct.
You did not review Dr. Kornsberg's records nor his deposition, correct?
Correct.
You did not review Dr. Wyndham's record nor his deposition, correct?
Correct.
Did you review any records from Bonnie Rice? I don't believe so, correct?
I don't recall. I don't recall Bonnie Rice, so I don't recall anything from her or on her.
You would agree, would you not, that a medical doctor, even if he or she doesn't have pediatric abuse training specifically, is generally trained or has the background training experience to at least suspect child abuse? You don't need to be a pediatric abuse specialist to suspect child abuse. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, and someone might suspect medical child abuse in the form of, let's do this. Doctor, how do you define medical child abuse?
Well, medical child abuse is the current shorthand for what is previously would be defined as Munchausen syndrome by proxy, or in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual as fictitious disorder imposed on another. It's a roughly and increasingly, in this domain of child abuse pediatrics, increasingly mechanical notion of a parent who distorts, falsifies, medicalizes inappropriately a child's condition, and then may seek inappropriate care and would thus be required to be separated from the child in order to see the child gets better out of the patient's care. That's the current shorthand in the child abuse pediatric field with which I previously testified.
Sure.
I very much disagree.
I understand. We did agree that the condition in general should be looked at from a spectrum type standpoint. Do you recall talking about that?
No. What I talked to you about was how Munchausen syndrome by proxy is a diagnostic wastebasket that is confusing because it includes cases of an extremely minor nature that in many, even most pediatricians would not regard as abuse in situations of child murder, and to call them all by the same suggests that we should hang crepe in every case, and that's a big problem.
Skipping the rest of 251, moving to 272. Okay, what, if anything, I think the most expedient, strike that. The most expedient way for me to really try to cover this is, it was an hour and 15-minute conversation is what I'm understanding total with Maya and Jack, and I certainly don't want a dissertation, a regurgitation of everything discussed. What can you tell me was germane to your opinions in this case, the takeaways, if you will, from that discussion with Maya and Jack that relate to your actual opinions in this case that you're going to be rendering in front of a jury, if any?
I have no doubt that I will testify about what I collected firsthand with regard to her mistrust of medical providers, who she very much needs in her life. And this is a part of a cascade of post-traumatic stress disorder as it's been organized, that contact with individual medical offices, places where laboratory studies need to be taken, and especially hospitals, are threatening to her. And she is avoidant of them and mistrusting of the individuals, and that is a harm, Mr. Haskell. This is something that will interfere in the course of her life, and she will need vital treatments, and in fact is an issue that I talked about with Dr. Wassenauer, because he's going to need some urgent assistance now with this weight loss and its possible cardiopulmonary manifestations. This is a girl who has, in the term of art in the present day, a serious respiratory condition, a pre-existing condition, if I may use the term from the political sphere, and the symptoms that she reported are very serious and need urgent attention, and she needs to have relationships with the people and the institutions that can give her the help that she needs. So this is vitally related to the issues.
Doctor, what I just heard you tell me was, and I respect it, Dr. Wassenaar is a treater. So with that said, what is it that this discussion or discussions you had with Jack and Maya related to any of those opinions regarding the opinions you shared with me yesterday. I mean, last week and today regarding the specialty or subspecialty of pediatric child abuse.
And whatever occurred,
You begin at line 6, 274.
well, I don't know quite how to say it other than to say that I've been a hospital attending pediatrician over the course of my career since completing my residency in 1972, and I am, unfortunately, blessed to have a series of skills and experience which I bring to bear while I'm trying to be helpful to children and families. So yes, even though I was brought here originally to deal with abuse of pediatrics practiced by your clients and by others, there's every reason, it seems to me, to deport myself as I always do in the context with children and families and treaters. I don't confine my life, my conscience, for that matter, with regard to an assigned set of tasks, if you want to define them that way. I don't see that this is very different in any way from the way I approach cases as a person concerned to elevate the protection and care of children. That's why I do this work, as you've heard me say. I am not a hired gun around particular issues of expertise.
Skipping page 275 and moving to page 276, line 11. See, that's the part I don't think, there's a disconnect here. I don't think I've heard what the additional information is. I'm aware that you expressed those opinions last week and in your affidavit, but I don't think I've heard yet today what you learned a few days ago, this past Sunday, that was additional to. In other words, what was provided to you that actually was different than what you had already reviewed?
Well, I mean, just to give you an example, I've not heard previously how mistrustful Maya is of medical professionals now as a consequence of what happened to her at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. And that wasn't just a word that was spoken, the word untrustful, it was dimensionalized. We talked about her experience. I learned about it in depth. And if I'm asked, I will tell the jury what I heard. That goes to my work as a pediatrician expert in those areas where I hold myself out as an expert.
And that's exactly what I'm trying to do right here, is I'm trying to find out what you learned. Is there anything? Did you learn anything else that you haven't shared with me already?
No.
What about with Jack? Did you learn anything from him that you haven't shared already?
Jack has a quite amazing memory of incidents at the hospital, conversations that happened, his own exclusion from certain discussions, his inability to engage in order to get his daughter, who's screaming in pain, the help that she really needs to allay the pain, the extent to which he was offended by the notion that his wife was seen as a perpetrator as she begged for help for her child in deep pain. He came across to me as a father, and he came across to me as a father who is deeply identified as caring parent to both Maya and Kyle, and who engaged manfully in the process, including those areas where he was demeaned himself as a participant and enabler, as Beatas alleged the abuse. So he was a man who suffered mightily from this. Fortunately, he's a person who's mature, who's serious, who benefits from helping others, and who has a role in life as a parent and a citizen, which provides him with some support. But yes, I learned a lot about him and how he has endured, notwithstanding the assaults on his character, on his parenting, on his being a spouse, and I left the interview with a sense of sympathy and admiration for him.
Now page 283, line 10. Okay, all right. What other opinions have you formulated? And again, I very much appreciate, if you can, and I promise you I will delve into them in detail one at a time. But we started going down this road before at the start of the deposition today. If you can give me a thumbnail, just again, a synopsis, a couple of sentences of, and number them in a broad stroke format of the additional opinions you've formulated by review of these additional materials and or the interviews.
Sure. It's my opinion that within the bounds of medical certainty that Sally Smith, in her role as a staff physician at Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, used her staff responsibilities to enable and inform her colleagues in medicine and in social work about this case and her perception of it. They took her history and did not do any further independent inquiry with regard to medical history, with regard to CRPS, with regard to specialist consultation.
I'm listening, doctor. I'm just getting off video for 1 second. Please keep going.
And they shoehorned their conclusions to conform with hers, in many cases making reference to hers, and I don't doubt influencing by her, including her long written report as part of the permanent hospital record. In this, I believe, there was a further depth of the standard of care violation in regard to the biased, selective, dishonest, and limited perspective of Maya's illness and the actions of the hospital.
Turning it to page 285 at the top. Keep going.
Further, because of her certainty expressed to her colleagues that Maya did not have CRPS, she misinformed the staff about what the symptoms, expressions of CRPS as part of the interventions that she developed in conversations with the hospitalists and social workers. She insisted on Maya stripping down to bra and exercise shorts, though she objected vociferously to the photographs of her body being taken. They went ahead and violated her and her rights as a youngster, and certainly not obtaining any permission from her parents to do this invasive diagnostic effort. And not only did they force her to undergo this photography, but they misread what they saw. They misread it as stabs from self-injury. They didn't diligently examine her medical record, or for that matter, I should say, nor the body of literature on CRPS, which talks about these lesions that are painful and itchy. Along with the photographs they took of her, you could see dystonia in her legs, which is typical of a posturing when this child has this disease. That was also misinterpreted as just her dragging her feet. In other words, the whole intervention was warped, and this comes across in the deposition testimony of these physicians.
We're well past the thumbnail. I mean, where was the delineation between 1 and 2 there, just so I can know?
Well, I'm sorry, I can't remember the numbers. I may have gotten them wrong. You asked me for my opinions, I'm giving them to you.
All right, go ahead. If you can give me, can we do whatever 3 is about to be? Can you do it in 3 or 4 sentences?
Sure. Kathy Beatty, the social worker, around the time of Maya's distress about being forced to disrobe and having these photographs taken, as others left the room, pulled Maya onto her lap against Maya's wishes. In pulling Maya on her lap after this unfortunate set of circumstances, Maya felt assaulted, as I read this in the record and from her statements. So what you're talking about, Ms. Beatty, you're talking about that what you didn't review, I'm sorry, that's your question, part of your question, I think.
I think it's still you, sir.
Let me go back to where we are.
291, page 5 is where you are.
Sorry. So what?
Or, am I wrong?
No, I think,
Yeah.
No,
That's a
this
question.
it is me.
That's
It
a
is me. I
question.
apologize.
Yeah.
291, line 5. So what? You're talking about Ms. Beatty. You're talking about that you didn't. What you reviewed you didn't think was appropriate as it relates to her involvement, interaction with Maya. Is that again, that's extremely general and a very, very small synopsis, but can we kind of put that in that compartment and move on to what the next one is, and we'll go back to it?
Sure.
Okay, page 297, line 21. And so that's it for her. Are there any other opinions in general, beyond those that we covered last week, beyond those expressed in your affidavit, and beyond those that you've shared today, that you've formulated from the additional materials you reviewed that we haven't covered?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted a yes or no for now. What I'd like to do is, can you give me an idea as you sit here, like a roadmap in your head, how many more there are, if you can quantify them?
I think there are about 5, and they pertain to the so-called multidisciplinary team which Smith organized and led, and how this team came to be used as a voice of Smith, adding weight, gravity, and breadth to her opinions affecting people within and outside of the hospital, including, will you please let me finish?
You paused. I thought you were done. I apologize.
Including a prosecutor who had no business being a member of the hospital team, and including the person in the Child Protection Agency who herself took a prosecutorial and punitive role. So this also seems to me was a hospital violation of the standard of care. And it enabled, for example, Major and D's to point to a team that was opining. And then another opinion is that the team, to the extent you're able to discern their thinking, was an exercise in groupthink, where there was very little curiosity about alternative explanations for what was before them. But rather, the pilot of the plane was clearly Sally Smith, and that all of its actions were in conformity with, as I read this, the opinions, the skewed representations of history, in her opinion, the one that was stapled to the paper record.
All right. Doctor, the whole thing with Dr. Smith and orchestrating or blurring the line of the team, a multidisciplinary team. I mean, we covered all that in your affidavit and then expounded beyond the affidavit last week, did we not?
You're making a statement as opposed to asking me a question. The question you asked me was, what new information did I glean from the materials that I reviewed? This is new material for me. It is to me.
It's not a new opinion though, right?
Tremendous importance. It's a new opinion as well because I have not seen it reified in this form in this record. Now I have, and it's burdensome. In my view, it's devastating.
Okay, all right. So your opinions are still, as we covered last week, that Dr. Smith orchestrated the care and treatment at the hospital for the reasons we've already covered.
Your opinions. Sorry.
Your opinions are that Dr. Smith blurred the lines as a treater and as a medical director for the child protection team. Your opinions are that Dr. Smith assumed the prosecutorial role. I mean, all these things that are already in black and white on the affidavit, you've just expounded on a bit because you've read some more materials, if I'm hearing you right. It just reaffirms those opinions because you see it in the testimony of these other doctors and folks that you've reviewed their transcripts as well as the records you've looked at, the additional records. Is that fair from a summary fashion?
No. To the contrary, it's not. And you're making an argument, and I'm not a judge. I'm not a member of the jury. I'm offering opinions.
Page 314 at the bottom. Your opinions you've rendered, doctor. It's your testimony, is it not, that you have an adequate foundation, you believe, for the opinions you've expressed thus far based on what you've looked at, right?
Yes. Ta-da.
We won't do it again.
Now you understand there's a video of Deposition 3 coming. So I get to turn the lights off. I am told this is approximately 30 minutes. Is that correct, Ms. Lawrence?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Just what you want. Dimming of the lights, right? Yeah. Okay. Mr. Reyes?
Yes, Your Honor.
Will you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give today be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Doctor, since there's been an objection, let me just ask you, to date, how much have you been paid for your expert services in this case?
It's approximately 69 plus 78 plus $98,000.
Okay. So 68 plus 99,000?
69,000, as I understand it, plus the recent submission of 98,000 that I've been paid.
That's approximately a total of what, $165,000 thereabouts? Can you please tell us what those opinions are?
Sure. Third line up from the bottom, the evidence
Mr.
of
Reyes.
multiple references to team decisions and abrogating personal responsibility.
Just a moment.
Bless you.
$65,000 thereabouts? Can you please tell us what those opinions are?
Sure. Third line up from the bottom, the evidence of multiple references to team decisions and abrogating personal responsibility and deferring virtually all principal diagnostic medical judgments and decision to Sally Smith. In addition to this opinion with regard to team decisions, I intend to opine that this so-called team represented a group of individuals who together agreed to commit an unlawful act and to harm other individuals. Second,
Why did you not put that into your report initially?
actually, it's something that just occurred to me within the last few weeks, that this aggregated into a much more serious concept than just the multiple references to quote-unquote team decisions that you can see on the 5th page of this opinion.
And what was your second opinion you were going to get to?
Okay, the second one had to do with Dr. Smith's, Sally Smith's, being observed by one of her colleagues, Dr. Kilgore, to have actually affixed a copy of her report to the hospital medical record. An action that, in my opinion, would typically be done by a member of the hospital staff to conform any and every person who picked up the paper medical record of her opinion. This went beyond the self-identification of this woman as an outside consultant, as an internal operator, for the same reason I just gave you. I've been giving this recently a lot of thought as I re-reviewed these documents and saw how these individuals interacted with one another in order to harm someone and to commit an unlawful act.
Okay, doctor. Are there any other opinions other than the ones you just disclosed here today that you intend to offer outside of your report and outside of what you just disclosed today?
Yes.
Check this form.
I'll go ahead. So outside of your report, outside of the 2 opinions you just disclosed here today, do you have any other additional opinions that you intend to proffer at trial?
Yes.
What are they?
That Smith's and the members of the team, including Major's, medical approach diverged from the accepted standard of care for hospital treating physicians to conduct a systematic and rigorous differential diagnosis in which all alternatives were seriously considered and honestly represented. Third, wait a second, that's 3, so this would be 4, that the careful attention to this child's presenting complaints, past history, and current hospital course with regard to her pain and distress, ruptured family relationships, and her request for analgesic medication, with opacity of sympathy, with a propensity to blame not only the mother of the perpetrator, but the child as a willing and intentional collaborator, rather than to understand the child as a suffering individual supported by loving and caring persons.
Dr. Newberger, do you have any other opinions outside of what I believe are the 6 that you've addressed here today?
I do. And that
Can I interrupt you for just a brief second, Dr. Newberger, and ask why none of these opinions appear in your February 2022 report?
Because I've been thinking about this recently. And
okay. Doctor, can you please be brief and let me know what other opinions you intend to proffer? Because I have several questions for you, and I'm really not getting anywhere. So please, just in a succinct fashion, tell me if there's any other opinions you have that you're going to address at trial.
Yes.
That aren't in your report.
The separation test that these conspirators proposed was based on a flimsy notion that this child could be hospitalized and weaned from some of her treatments, having her port removed to administer ketamine and, for that matter, immune serum globulin for her serious asthma attacks, and medications that allayed the pain of her neuropathic syndrome, pain which was excruciating, but Elliott specifically proposed continuing the weaning from gabapentin, which is one of the neuropathic pain medications. The separation test, in my opinion, was preposterously conceived and cruelly executed.
Doctor, have you ever treated pediatric conversion disorder?
Actually, it's interesting that you mention that because I've had a long and deep experience in treating Munchausen syndrome by proxy. And when Munchausen syndrome by proxy occurs in the eyes of some experts, sometimes children are seen somehow to collude with their parents. And sometimes they're labeled as having a form of conversion disorder. This notion was mentioned by several individuals here, never systematically assessed by a child psychiatrist in any of the places where it was addressed, including this hospital, where the psychiatrist basically made occasional rounds, but never really conducted a systematic child psychiatric evaluation.
Doctor, I'm going to have to interrupt you here. My question that was asked was, have you ever treated pediatric conversion disorder?
The answer is yes.
Okay. What is the standard of care treatment for pediatric conversion disorder?
The standard of care is doing a full mental status examination, often supported by psychological studies, and attends to the standards articulated in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of the American Psychiatric Association and the counterpart standards of the American Academy of Child Psychiatry, where I've published extensively over the course of the years and participated in their local and national meetings. This requires a rigorous and careful approach. It's not a diagnosis that you make casually because a mother has been accused of something and a child has been accused of something. And in this case, for example, among the preposterous accusations having to do with conversion disorder was that somehow when she had an asthma attack, she was actually faking the contractions of her intercostal muscles because she'd learned how to do this to accommodate her mother. This was a paperback notion of conversion disorder, which was preposterous on its face. First of all, children can't do this. This is an autonomic response when you're gasping for air and you're trying to do all possible to open your lungs and pull air in. That's where you see intercostal contraction. So,
please finish telling me what the standard of care therapy is for pediatric conversion disorder without talking about anything in this case. I just want to know, generally speaking, what the standard of care for pediatric conversion disorder is.
The standard of care is to address the underpinning personal conflicts and their surround in expression of symptoms of compromised social relationships and family relationships, and typically involving dynamic psychotherapy. This was not considered here. It was not done here. There was nothing rigorous at all among the various professionals who suspected a conversion disorder but did not conduct a rigorous assessment of it.
Okay, doctor, again, just please focus on the question that I asked.
I've given you my response.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Have you ever used ketamine to treat a pediatric patient?
No.
What is your understanding of the standard of care therapy for pediatric complex regional pain syndrome?
I'm not familiar with the current standard of care regarding the use of ketamine in children. As you're probably aware, recently, and I'm talking within the last year, ketamine has been seen to be of enormous value in treating, for example, post-traumatic stress disorder, severe depression, and it's begun to be used in adolescents as well as adults under controlled circumstances. I am not, however, a practicing psychiatrist, so I do not know what the current standard of care is for treating any condition with ketamine.
Okay. But my question, right.
Oral or parenteral.
But my question was, do you know, what is your understanding of the standard of care therapy for pediatric CRPS?
For pediatric CRPS, also it's my understanding that this is evolving, that there are minima that are specified as acceptable in the United States, very restrictive with regard to how much ketamine could be given, where now it's understood that this is an issue of titration. And that's what my colleagues at Boston Children's Hospital in the anesthesia department have noticed and published about. But I don't know precisely what that standard is now,
Okay.
Mr.
Okay.
Hughes.
Have you ever treated pediatric CRPS?
No.
Does ketamine cause withdrawal, doctor?
As I understand it, from my reading of the current literature, there are some symptoms after the use of ketamine, but it is not a withdrawal in the sense that an opioid or alcohol can, for addicted people, cause withdrawal symptoms. These are transitory memory losses, occasional odd and intrusive thoughts, which go away in short periods of time. That's my understanding of whatever may be associated with the stopping of ketamine for its prescribed uses.
Have you, and I think you indicated you reviewed records from Lurie Children's Hospital, is that correct?
I've reviewed some records in which there was speculation about a conversion disorder. It was.
Do you recall anything else from the discharge summary from Lurie Children's Hospital?
I have it here in this huge pile of information, but I don't recall anything else.
Dr. Newberger, have you reviewed any records from Tampa General Hospital?
I have.
Again, Dr. Newberger, the question is, what is your understanding of the discharge diagnoses that Maya Kowalski received after her care and treatment at Tampa General Hospital in 2015?
I actually don't remember the discharge diagnoses.
Have you ever reviewed Dr. Hana's medical records?
I have.
Did you see a prescription from Dr. Hana dated October 5, 2016 that references malnourishment?
I do recall his concern about her growth, stature, and progress of weight, but I don't recall that particular 2016 notation. His file is very thick, as you know, so if you want to show me something, I'm happy to entertain it.
Doctor, what is your understanding of who referred Maya Kowalski to Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital for the October 7, 2016 hospitalization at issue?
My understanding is that she was having excruciating pain, and they came to the emergency room hoping to be able to get urgent pain relief.
Do you know who made that referral?
No.
Is that a no? Is that
I
a no?
I said no.
But I just wanted to clarify. Did you ever take any licensing board examinations to have a child abuse pediatrics board certification?
The answer is no, but it requires a bit of deeper explanation, which I will now give you, which I don't believe I testified to previously. In the late 1990s, under the aegis of the American Academy of Pediatrics, a group of physicians, including people like myself, founders of the field, met to consider whether we should have a subspecialty in this field. And there was discussion about what this might be called and what would be the foundations with regard to clinical practice and behavioral, social, and medical science. And it was a very productive conversation among people that I knew very well over the years because I'd taught at their institutions and they'd read my publications, and some indeed had served postdoctoral fellowships in my in the 17-year pendency of my federally funded training program at Boston Children's Hospital, which trained some of the leaders in the field. The discussion was around what we should call this specialty, where some one to be approved by the American Board of Medical Specialties. And the consensus at the outset was we should call this child abuse pediatrics. I objected for the following reasons. That if we were to call this child abuse pediatrics, what it would result in would be a small field of people who would be assigned the task in hospitals of thumbs up or thumbs down, this is child abuse or not. And that was an overly simple technical function, and further, couldn't be based on any body of science which would justify creating a new specialty with this name. Rather, I argued, it would be far better to call this specialty, taking cognizance of the fields of forensic psychiatry, forensic pathology, to call this forensic pediatrics, which would have as its foundation child development, family development, behavioral science as it manifests in relationships and in violence in relationships, biodynamics in regard to the transmission of various vectors and forces and flames and the like that impelled injury, which would be understood in those frames. But where the objective, as the other forensic medical specialties would be, to inform decision makers in the legal sector with authoritative opinions about the science that was important to their decision making. Anyway, I made this point, there was some consideration, but the consensus was to call it child abuse pediatrics. And ultimately the sub-board had an exam and a certification process, and I decided, as one of the founders of the field, that I would not take this exam.
Okay. All right.
Instead would apply to the peer reference group, the Ray Helfer Society, to be an emeritus member. And they happily accepted me, and I've been an emeritus member ever since. I pay my dues every year.
Okay. Thank you, doctor. You're not a pediatric critical care physician, are you?
No.
You don't have board certification in pediatric critical care medicine?
No.
You're not a pediatric anesthesiologist, are you?
No.
You don't have board certifications in pediatric anesthesiology?
If it helps you, I can say my only board certification is in pediatrics.
Okay, thank you.
Even though I have two subspecialties, behavioral and developmental pediatrics and child abuse. But my only board certification is in pediatrics.
Do you know when that port was surgically removed?
I don't.
Were you aware that it was surgically removed?
Yes.
How did you come to know that?
It's in the records somewhere, and she certainly doesn't need it now if she doesn't need either immune serum globulin because her asthma risk is lower than it had been, and her ketamine because her CRPS is in a favorable condition at the moment.
Did I forget if I asked you now, doctor, and I apologize if I already have, but do you know when Maya last received IVIG?
No.
Do you know what I mean when I say IVIG?
Yes.
And what is IVIG?
It's a protein that's composed of immune-rich serum that operates to enhance one's ability to fight the allergic concomitants, the immune concomitants that precipitate asthma, and it's demonstrably a very valuable preventive for possibly fatal asthma. And this child, without question, had very, very severe asthma.
And do you know who diagnosed Maya with an immunodeficiency disorder?
No.
Do you know when she was diagnosed with an immunodeficiency disorder?
No. No.
How many times have you spoken with either Dr. Kirkpatrick and or Dr. Hanna?
0 in both.
Do you know what Dr. Kirkpatrick's board certified in?
I forget. He's a distinguished professor of critical care or something like that, but I don't recall exactly what his very high honorary degree at University of South Carolina, but I recall it was a very serious scientific certification and a great pertinence to mine in this case.
Doctor, do you think that a reasonably prudent pediatrician should read consult notes from consulting physicians?
I think it depends on the circumstances, and it depends on the setting in which the physician is seeing a patient. So if a patient comes in, as this child did, to the emergency room of a hospital which has a general competency, advertises itself under the banner of the great Johns Hopkins Hospital in Baltimore, and that child complains of severe pain. The mother describes the syndrome that she's had and demands that the child receive analgesia. In a situation like this, of course, it would be appropriate to review the consultations which established the diagnosis that both the mother and the child said she carried. Under those circumstances, there's no question that this is appropriate. And similarly, in doing differential diagnostic work in a hospital like mine, where as an attending physician on the inpatient floors, I often encountered people who had come to Children's from all over the world for diagnosis and hopefully treatment for extremely rare conditions. This is, a specialty hospital that is justifiably regarded as one of the best in the world. And when one receives a consultation request like this, and these would be assigned if there was no other attending physician when I was attending on the inpatient floors, I would receive the patient. It would be assigned to me. And the task there is, of course, to review past consultation notes, but if there's a persistent concern with regard to that case, then one conducts in an orderly and systematic way a differential diagnosis. And in my case, also, because I was the founder and for 3 decades the director of the Child Protection Program, I also was the person called when there was a concern about the possibility of Munchausen syndrome by proxy. And one would do the same thing, because not all Munchausen cases are real. Munchausen's is a diagnostic wastebasket where there's a mild end of the spectrum and a severe end of the spectrum where if you don't do the right things, you could have a murder on your hands. And we actually had 2 of them at Boston Children's Hospital, which were very chastening experiences. My point is that you always look in the circumstances where you need to about what a referring person has by way of previous consultations.
Were you aware of any contact between Johns Hopkins physicians and Dr. Hanna?
Yes. Dr. Hanna wanted to come to the hospital and to consult and to talk with the treating staff, as well as to examine and to see how his patient Maya was doing.
Okay, and what month was that, doctor?
I don't recall. He spoke to Dr. Major, who informed him that unless he applied for and received emergency privileges at this fine hospital, that he wouldn't be allowed in the door. And it's my understanding that that was the context of the communication, such as it was.
You previously testified with Mr. Haskell on September 30th, 2020, that Dr. Sally Smith, quote, insisted on Maya's stripping down to her bra and exercise shorts, end quote. Do you recall making that statement?
I don't recall making that statement. I mean, the person who stripped her over her objection was Kathy Beatty, And it's my understanding that both Smith and Catherine Major requested that these lesions be photographed.
Are you familiar with what the APSAC guidelines are?
I am. I'm a life member of APSAC, and I know those guidelines, and I know how rough and problematic they are.
Do you recognize APSAC guidelines as the APSAC guidelines specifically on Munchausen syndrome by proxy as authoritative in the field of child abuse pediatrics?
Definitely not.
You previously testified when Mr. Haskell was questioning you that Maya Kowalski, it was necessary for her life support to have IVIG. Do you recall saying that?
I don't recall saying it, but I think it's true. She really had life-threatening asthma.
To your knowledge, does she have life-threatening asthma today?
I don't believe so from what I read.
Do you know what asthma medication she's on currently?
I previously testified I don't.
Are there any other opinions other than several that you listed earlier in your deposition and in your report that you intend to bring up at trial?
Check the form.
I think you've heard my opinions, and actually, when I receive the transcript of this, I'll make a new list for myself and have it in mind before my testimony, even as I watch the discourse in the trial.
Okay. What is the source of your claim that Dr. Major never consulted JHACH's own records that neither expressed or implied either parent had any disorder?
Her own notes in the record.
Just going to rewind for just a moment.
Is there a lot more from you guys? Because
These are your designations, sir.
okay, oh, they are.
There's
Yes,
only
sir.
3 minutes, less than 3 minutes left for the whole video.
Oh, all right.
Stand by, folks.
It's about over, though.
You've heard my opinions, and actually, when I receive the transcript of this, I'll make a new list for myself and have it in mind before my testimony, even as I watch the discourse in the trial.
Okay. What is the source of your claim that Dr. Major never consulted JHACH's own records that neither expressed or implied either parent had any disorder?
Her own notes in the record, and also her deposition.
Okay. Dr. Major testified she did not consult Johns Hopkins' own records in connection with her care of Maya.
My memory was that was not included in the materials that she said she'd reviewed.
Okay. And what was the other? You said there were two sources of this statement, Dr. Major's testimony and what was the other one?
Her notes.
Okay. What notes in the record indicate that Dr. Major said she never reviewed Johns Hopkins' own records?
It had to do with what she cited with regard to her belief that this wasn't CRPS, that this was Munchausen. That was continuous for this woman, who is not given to or have any propensity toward scholarship.
What do you mean she doesn't have any propensity towards scholarship?
Well, you will recall that Dr. Major was confused about the diagnosis, and ultimately, after having read various articles, went on YouTube, if you can imagine, for information that led to her conclusion that this really wasn't CRPS. This is not someone, in my view, who is a highly skilled historian or is possessed of the requisite curiosity, modesty, care that goes into serious differential diagnosis, which would include, among other things, looking at the past record and seeing whether there had been any previous concern about distortion or misrepresentation or anything that could be conceived to be related to Munchausen. I didn't see it. She maybe said something or done something that she documented from the old record, but I think it was missing.
Judge, can we approach?
Sure. And members of the jury can stand and stretch. Apparently there's a question coming. So juror levity, we really appreciate the note. That was perfect.
I'll do better next time.
I think the jury wants to hear the question.
Okay. Mr. Anderson and Mr. Whitney, in the future, when assuming the role of different people, may you please use unique and different voices and project your voice out into the audience so we have a better experience. Wigs may also help. Signed by A Little Levity. I appreciate that. Now, let's turn back to the other notes that also got, that were not signed by A Little Levity. I'm just going to not physically read the notes, but just remind the jurors that there's still a lot of evidence and testimony that is coming over the next few weeks, and it's going to be up to the jury at the conclusion of hearing all of the evidence from all of the witnesses to determine what the facts are. So, with that, were we good with our stretch break? Because we still have lots to do today. Or does anyone need to take a further break? Okay, 5 minutes, no more than 5 minutes, okay? So do not discuss this case amongst yourselves, do not do any investigation, and receive no information, and let's try to keep this to 5 minutes.
All right, your executive.
Members of the jury, I just want to confirm while you're away, you did not discuss this case amongst yourselves. You did no investigation and you received no information. Is that all correct? No one approached you, is correct? Didn't see any media. Okay. Mr. Anderson, please call your next witness.
Kyle Kowalski.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name.
Mr. Anderson, before we start, I don't want to interrupt him, but can we just have identified what Kyle has on the witness stand?
Oh, yes. I was going to have him identify as part of the testimony. I had him do some notes as to a particular line of hours.
As Mr. Garcia?
Yeah, I've got here.
Thank you, sir. Do I have this copy?
Yes, you certainly can. And I've got one for each, but then I'll need to, at some point, make a copy.
These are my copies.
We're going to have to share before we make a copy, but go ahead. Just give me one of them.
Which one do you need?
I'll be right back. Please state your name.
Kyle Kowalski?
And you remember being back up here before?
Yes.
And you remember, much to your chagrin, I told you you might have to come back for a little discussion of damages?
Yes.
Just relax and tell the jury what you think. All right. Now, Kyle, there are some sections I think the jury will hear about in terms of areas of damages, and I want you to express those to the jury a little bit. First, as to mental anguish, can you tell the jury a little bit about what it's been like with the separation from you had with Maya?
Yeah, so Maya, the whole family struggled extremely with the separation of Maya, but I only can speak for myself. The day Maya was taken away, I was...
Your Honor, I sincerely apologize, but I have to approach on this briefly.
Anderson will rephrase.
During the specific times we're talking about, when Maya...
Real problem hearing, Judge. That's all. I'm having a problem hearing both you and the witness.
Oh. Test? Is that better? Kyle,
Mr.
put that thing
Kowalski,
next to
can
you.
you just pull that microphone a little bit closer to you? Yep. There we go.
I don't have a wig, but I'll try my best. Kyle, for the time that Maya was away, that first week, and then the time during her period when she was in the room being videoed, and the other time being held down, can you tell us whether those periods of time caused you any separation anxiety from your sister?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Overruled as to that.
Yes, so my sister and I were very close, and then being without her for like a long time and not knowing why she was gone, I wanted answers, so I was very confused. And I would ask my parents like why she was gone when we would see her, and they would really have no answers. And I was extremely sad I didn't have Maya, and I had no one to do stuff anymore with, and I was just very sad.
All right. What other emotions did you experience under that caused you mental anguish?
I was very depressed. I didn't feel like doing anything. I felt like I just didn't have the energy to do anything without Maya, and I wanted answers. And I was witnessing the whole family fall apart, and I was devastated.
And did that cause you some confusion as to why Maya was away?
Absolutely. At this point, I was asking myself so many questions, and I was just extremely confused.
Now, I want to keep it to the mental anguish, and then we'll get to loss of capacity to enjoy life type things. But
Your Honor, just very briefly approaching.
You can continue, Mr. Anderson.
yes. Having talked about that, I want to talk a little bit about what it's been like without your mom.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Judge, please go. I'm having a hard time hearing Mr.
We've
Anderson.
got assisted listening devices we can give to you.
I can't hear him. I can't hear him either.
I'm having trouble as well.
I think it's the rain.
1, 2, 3. Can you hear me? Mr. Anderson, talking to your microphone.
Test, test, test.
Kyle Kowalski, can you talk into your?
Test, test, test.
Move it closer, Kyle.
The gallery was having the same concerns, Judge.
I think that was. I think
Okay.
that was.
Well, let's try to get that microphone a little bit closer. Maybe Debbie Coley, if you could bend it so it's a little bit higher.
Test, test.
Yeah, I've got it on as loud as this system will have it. Okay, you may continue.
Please record. Kyle, I think we were talking before about what it's like without your mom around. Do you still hear her voice?
Yes, very much so. Every single day there's reminders of her, and both good and bad. and it's impossible to escape the bad reminders of her.
Do your friends ask you about this, about why you just have a dad?
Yeah, there's multiple occurrences, unfortunately, where as a new friend I only hung out with a little bit. I go out to eat, and their parents are there, and their mom's Polish as well, and they were talking about they were talking about her family. And I said, "We're Polish," and they're like, "Oh, I'd love to meet your mom," and then I have to say what happened.
Staying on that topic, how's your Polish doing without your mom?
Unfortunately, it's not the best.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the things that was lost with her passing.
Right. Okay. And not having her around, has this changed your tolerance, I guess, for dealing with some things?
I'm confused what you mean by that.
Sure. Does it make you angry a lot of times, just being reminded of things or knowing?
Yes,
about
absolutely, yes.
Any particular circumstances where you get angry where you used to not?
I tend to get angry at like little things
Mm-hmm.
that just super stupid things, but
Didn't bug you before?
yeah.
Okay. And then, have you had difficulty with like doing things that you used to do with your mom that you don't either want to do or it's not quite the same? Tell us about some.
Yes, one of those things would be piano. From a young age, my mom started Maya and I both on piano, and at first she taught us, and then as Maya and I progressed in skill, we eventually got a piano teacher, and we kept progressing, and then after her death, it's just Maya and I it's too hard on us to do.
You're not playing anymore?
Not anymore, no.
When was the last time you played? Anything?
Probably an actual song's probably over a year.
How often did you play before that?
Piano lessons were every week, and then I would play every single day.
Did you enjoy it?
I did enjoy it.
All right. And how about things like just getting school clothes?
Yeah, that's another thing. I have multiple memories with my mom. Every year before school started, that was like her big thing. She would take me shopping either to like the outlet malls or the main mall in Sarasota. And I just remember her and I go into every store. We'd spend a lot of time there. It was like the main shopping thing for like the start of the year. We spent a lot of time there, and then we'd go shop and then get ice cream afterwards, and it would just be a good time.
And you miss that now? Who goes with you now?
I just do shopping online now.
No more going out?
Yeah.
Would that be a regular thing, going out with your mom to try to get you into new clothes? I guess you were growing a lot during this period.
Well, for school shopping, it was like before every school year, but as time went on, yeah, it became more regular.
Okay. And who's doing the cooking now? And who did do the cooking?
Well, Mom did the cooking, and she made a lot of like her traditional foods. So after she died, we haven't had like any of her Polish foods since, and now Dad had to take over all the cooking.
I know your dad's trying hard, but was your mom real health conscious in the food she cooked?
Yes, my mom was very health conscious, yes.
Mm-hmm. From a dad's point of view, I know sometimes dads aren't quite as health conscious on things.
Mm-hmm.
A lot more ordering out and things like that.
Yes.
All right. You've got a pool in your backyard. Tell us about stuff you do with your mom in the pool.
Yeah, so my mom, like the whole family shared a love for like water, and that's one thing that we all bonded on. And then whenever my mom had free time, or we had free time, we'd all just go in the pool. And now, if we went in the pool without her, it doesn't feel right, and it just feels off.
Is anybody using the pool now?
It still gets used every once in a while, but definitely not how it used to be used.
Not the same feeling?
Correct.
Mm-hmm. All right. What about schoolwork? Was she involved in that for you?
Yeah, there's multiple times where if I had trouble on schoolwork, the first person I would go to would be my mom, because she was very intelligent and understood the material quite very well.
Mm-hmm.
And now if I have a problem with schoolwork. It's harder to find help. I mainly just have to figure it out myself.
What subjects was your mom good at teaching you?
I remember math was the main one.
Mom was good at math?
Yes.
How about sciences, anything like that?
Yeah, she was very good in all of them.
So are there things that still remind you of your mom, just random things when you're going about your life?
Absolutely. I mean, it could be as little as like a perfume scent she used to wear, all the way up to like her favorite food place or something like that.
Are you still going to any of those places, or do you shy away from them now?
It depends on what the place is. There's some places where I would like to go because it's a good reminder of her, but then there's other places where it doesn't give me too much of a good reminder, so I stay away.
What about your faith? Tell us what your mom used to do there that was important to you, that you don't do anymore.
Yeah, so my mom was extremely religious, and then she brought Maya and I to Polish school and church at a young age, so we became very religious. And then at the time of her death, all the way up to the time of her death, we were very religious. And then after that, I had many prayers, and it seemed like I wasn't getting answers, and I slowly started losing faith. But now I completely understand, and that all my prayers can't be answered, and now I'm gaining faith back.
Okay. When was the last time you went to church?
That would be a while, because that's another thing. We tried to go back to the same church that we used to go with her, but it just didn't feel right. We were getting weird looks and everything.
Didn't feel like a family group?
Correct.
Right. And what about like injuries or getting sick? Your mom was a nurse, right?
Correct, yeah.
How'd that help you that you don't have anymore?
Could you repeat that question? Sorry.
Sure. Your mom was a nurse. When you used to get sick, when you had your mom, could she take care of you and get you through it?
Yes, whenever Maya and I got sick, my mom took the absolute best care of us. She did above and beyond to make sure that we were healthy.
Mm-hmm. What about, and I know you were 7 years younger at the time, so what would you have been, how old would you have been when you lost your mom?
I believe around 8.
Uh-huh. And as an 8-year-old, did you enjoy, like, I think you still snuggle and cuddle with mom at 8?
Yes, yeah.
What did you like to do that way?
Yeah, so every night before all this happened, Mom and I would like watch a movie, and then we would always lay on the couch and snuggle and just watch the movie. And obviously, since her death, that doesn't happen.
Difficult? Mm-hmm. And is it hard to go in that garage?
Absolutely. The whole house is constant reminders. If I just go in the garage to grab something, there's a lot of times where I'll just break down. And then go in the kitchen, and it's a reminder of her cooking all her old Polish foods. And then the office where she used to work, that's where I've seen her researching, trying to help Maya.
Are you at home? I know you're a teenager now, so it's a part of this natural, but are you at home as much now, Kyle, as you used to be or want to be better yet?
I'm definitely more at home now. There's times it just feels like I just don't have the energy to do anything. I feel like I'm just like I can't move. Like my friends want to do something, they're calling me, but I just don't even have the energy to pick up the phone to do anything.
Does that have to do with being embarrassed about it, or just something kind of physical that you feel?
I don't know how to explain it. That's
all right. That's all right. And did your mom do a lot of things in terms of keeping the family memories? Did she keep a family Bible or anything like that?
She made baby books for both Maya and I, and I'm extremely happy she did because I get to look back on all the good memories. But at the same time, I remember that there's going to be no more good memories made with her, so it crushes me at the same time.
Right. And is it hard to look at videos of family events that went on before your mom passed?
If I hear her voice, I just start breaking down.
Do y'all do that anymore, or is that something that just doesn't go on anymore.
What, the family events?
No, the watching movies, the videos of family vacations and things like that with your mom in them.
I mean, I still look at the baby books with her, but it's hard for me to watch videos with her, like actually moving around and.
Right. What are some of the other things that were kind of not terribly unusual, but just memories for you? How about riding around with your mom in the car?
Ryan, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Riding around in the car with your mom. Did she do anything fun then? Did she?
Yeah, one of the main things that she did in the car was she had like these detective audiobooks, and now that if I just hear another one of those, it just crushes me hearing them.
How's it doing now with? Are you still doing pretty well at school?
Yes.
But what, if any, issues are you having about the focus required to think through things?
I definitely have a lack of focus. There's times where I'm just doing school and then I catch myself just thinking about everything that happened and how much I just miss my mom. And
How many times a day would you think you think back on that series of events?
I mean, all depends on the day. It could be anywhere from 5 hours a day to 7 hours a day.
And how many in a really good day for you, where you don't think of it that much and it doesn't seem to be that as bad as it usually is? How many hours in a good day are you down and truly missing your mom to the point where it's affecting your ability to live?
I would say for not as bad as a day, around 5 hours. At nighttime, that's when it absolutely crushes me. When I have nothing to do and occupy myself. And I just sit there laying about it and I just have to think about everything that happened.
And then on a bad day, it was how many hours? 5 to 7? How many?
I would say 7 to 8.
Now tell the jury, over the course of a week, I know it varies, but how many days of the week out of 7 days are good days on average, and how many are bad days?
It really depends on how occupied I am that week, I would say, but I would say it's pretty even. So 3 and 4, 4 to 3 at all.
Okay. 3 to 4, 4 to 3.
Correct.
Okay. Now, the support your mom gave you out in the world, can you tell the jury, was she kind of the retiring type where if there was an issue with you, she didn't want to get involved, or was she out in front of issues?
She was definitely could you repeat that?
Sure. Was your mom pretty aggressive about defending you in situations?
Yes, absolutely. Yes.
I mean, if a controversy came up at school or wherever?
Yes, most definitely.
Have you noticed any changes in the group of friends that you have from, and I know it's a lot of age difference now from 8 to 16, but in terms of the kinds of friends you want to hang out with and the number of friends that you want to hang out with, has it changed for you?
I would say definitely the number of friends. I prefer to hang out with a lesser group of kids.
Okay. And the things that you want to do, I think we went over that, but in terms of going out, now you're 16, you can drive now?
Yes, I could drive.
Okay. So are you a big one for going out with your friends, driving around, or is that something that you don't feel quite like doing anymore?
That I don't feel quite like doing that anymore.
Well, when you think about your mom, is there any way to bring yourself out of the state you're in, be it depressed or angry, what you've testified to before?
I would not say there's like an immediate way to get me out of that mental zone of thinking about all the negative things.
Is that part of the problem?
Yeah, that's definitely a problem.
And can you tell the jury whether they feed on themselves, just spiraling?
Yeah, they definitely feed themselves 100%.
How long have you gone with just not wanting to do much of anything, just sit around, not talking to people, just being, I guess?
I mean, it's been like that for a while. I personally don't like to share my feelings with anyone. I would rather just keep them all to myself and not tell anyone about them.
Okay. All right. And what do you think? What do you think about the future? Are you very positive about it now, or I mean, what's going through your head that way?
What do you mean by future?
Good point. Is it harder to make plans now for you? About the
Yes,
future?
I would say it's difficult to make plans.
Okay. All right. Are you having any physical reactions from this stress? In other words, is your body reacting against it at all?
I tend to have quite a bit headaches, and then I also have a lot of stress-induced itching, and then that's normally around the later hours, which causes my sleep to be not too good.
Well, did you have a lot of itching and headaches before your mom passed?
I never experienced any of that before she passed, no.
How about your stomach? How's that doing?
My stomach, I haven't had any problems with my stomach, really.
Mainly in your head, and where do you itch when you itch?
It's like on my legs.
Okay, all right. And can that be embarrassing as well when the itching comes in public?
Absolutely, yes.
All right. Not having your mom around, has it made you more worried about what would happen if something happened to your dad?
Absolutely. Whenever my dad gets sick, I tend to overthink of what's going to happen, and I tend to worry.
Yeah, there's a term called catastrophizing, meaning you look at the absolute worst case scenario. Is that what?
Yeah, that's what I would
happening
say.
to you?
Absolutely, yes.
And do you have a hard time coming out of that, even if your dad gets healthier? Like it's no longer appears sick.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always extremely worried. There's times.
Have you found yourself being overly cautious about him and for him?
I would say so too. I think my dad would have some better examples of that because he'd probably remember more than me. Because I'm just normal, just doing what I'm saying. But then I might strike him as unnormal what I'm saying. So.
All right. Did your mom know how to scuba dive?
Yes, she was.
Did you guys ever go scuba dive? You were young. You were 8. Was that more with your older sister and dad, or did you ever do that?
Yeah. So Maya and I were not scuba certified at that time, so we were unable to scuba dive.
Okay, that was more with your dad.
Correct.
All right. How about traveling when you want to take vacations and stuff? What have you tried? I mean, have you gone some places?
We've gone a few places, but
How's it feel?
I mean, it feels like it doesn't like. I'm trying to think of a word here.
It's all right. Well, without your mom there, and it's just you, your dad, and your sister traveling, how does it feel to you?
It doesn't. The best way I think I could describe it is it doesn't feel complete. That's
Sure. Okay. And Kyle, is there any activity in your life now that isn't affected in some way at some time with the loss of your mom?
Yeah, there's a few ways I could get away, but
Okay. What do you have left? What's things you can do that maybe can take you away from it a little bit?
one thing that's really helping me right now currently is fishing. That's my main getaway.
You spend a lot of time doing that?
Correct, yes.
Do you like being out away from people and things?
Yes.
Do you see yourself ever coming out of this?
I definitely cannot forget what happened. Absolutely not. There's no way.
Thanks, Kyle.
Yep.
I don't have questions. My condolences to Kyle.
Thank you.
Members of the jury, do any of you have questions for Kyle Kowalski? Okay, seeing none. Sir, you can go ahead and have a seat back at the table.
Thank you.
Okay. You're finally done, Kyle. Jack Kowalski?
Okay, thank you, Jeff.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
There you go. So, Jack, you're back. You've testified once before, and now we're going to talk a little bit about the general damages, the human damages to this.
Okay.
Before I do, I wanted to ask you one question on the this is on a different topic. When you arrived at Johns Hopkins, did you understand they would be billing your insurance company for their services?
Yes, that would be correct.
And who was that?
My insurance company at the time?
Yes.
Aetna.
Was that through Beata's
That was through Beata's, yes.
work? So you don't have that anymore?
No, I don't.
Okay. And did you rely on Johns Hopkins to accurately and truthfully bill your health insurance company to make sure
Yes.
that? And have you had to pay your health insurer from time to time for services rendered at Johns Hopkins?
Until the deductible was met, yes.
All right. Now, I want to talk a little bit about some different areas of the human damages here. And I'm not sure where they're going to fall in, but tell me a little bit about what it's like having two kids and no mom with them and to help you. And then we'll get into what it's like with no wife. What are the things that are the biggest problems for you?
Well, first of all, if you drove into our community, you would think it's a nice, clean neighborhood. People walking their dogs, people cutting the grass, washing their cars. And there's no way you could drive by without getting a friendly wave. Going in front of our house, you would think it's just a normal, everyday family. Nice, clean yard, nice house, nice driveway leading up to the front doors. But when you get inside, it's completely different.
What's changed, Jack? I've got two questions. What's changed? And the jury's going to want to know, why are you still there?
Why are we still there? When all this happened, when I got Maya home, I made the decision I wanted to leave, and then I thought, if I leave, I take away the only thing they have left is their friends. So that's why we stayed. Is it difficult? Yes, it is. We pretty much changed every single room in that house, but the memories bleed through what we've done. Like Kyle was saying about the garage, that was our normal way of coming home, open the garage door, pull the car in, and go in the house through the laundry room. That's no longer. We park outside. We go in the front door.
Because nobody wants to go through the garage.
No, it's still difficult for myself to go in there. Unfortunately, where Beata took her life, we do have a little chain with a cross hanging there. And it's difficult to see, but yeah, that's the main reason why we stayed, was they're friends. And my neighborhood is so unique. There's 72 homes, and they're like family. And
That's your support
their love and
system.
support that we received was overwhelming.
Tell the jury about what it's like as a single dad with kids who have been through what your kids have been through. and
Number
you.
one, I appreciate single moms more than I ever did. I would rather go back to work and fight fires than try to be a mom. There's no comparison. They have a big role, and there's no quitting time. You know, they don't punch out on the clock. Trying to do both roles is extremely difficult, and there's parts of that role I will never be able to do.
Sure.
Maya's a young lady. I cannot give her that mom and daughter talks and
Right.
Mom and daughter times together and everything else.
And is she upset by that? Do you see her upset when there are mother-daughter things out there at school or for friends?
Well, there's many times she comes home crying, or I see it at our house. Why is your dad always picking you up? Or where's your mom? And then they have to explain. And
Hard for kids to.
it's extremely hard.
And so I wondered, in your relationship, it seemed like Beata took the lead in, like husband and wives. Some people do one part and some people do the other. What were the things that Beata did for you and the family that you have such a hard time fulfilling?
Well, hate to say this, I was like the janitor of the house. You know, I took care of the maintenance, I took care of the yard, things like that. Beata was more on the children's education, extra activities for them, the food that they ate, and vacations. And when she planned a vacation, it wasn't just a vacation. She made it where you're going to enjoy and learn history of where you're going.
And what about in terms of being able to go on vacations now without Beata there?
It's difficult. We tried to do a cruise, and then COVID hit, and we were one day away from going, so we didn't get to go to that. But we try, and like Kyle said, there's so much of a void. It's difficult.
And Beata had a set of skills there that had to be pretty useful in the family.
Yes. Cooking.
Pretty good cook.
Yeah.
Did you like Polish food?
I
mean,
did.
it is Kowalski,
yes,
right?
Yes, Gołąbkis, pierogies, you name it. But
And did she feed the children pretty healthy? I mean, we heard on the audio tape of the phone calls her concerns, but
yes, very healthy, and you'd be surprised. I don't think they even tried a hamburger in their whole life yet. So
that's amazing.
That's not a lie.
That's amazing. And so then whenever there was a medical issue, who took the lead? You've got some medical training, don't you?
I do, but nothing compared to that. And there's nothing better than mom.
Right.
You know.
Right. So was she able to treat most basic childhood illnesses, the colds,
Yes,
the
and
flus?
speaking of that now, when something happens, it's terrifying. You know, just knowing what we went through, you just cannot get in your car and go to the emergency room. There's fear, and that fear is always there. Maya was playing football with Kyle and a neighbor, and the ball hit her finger and bent it back. She broke her finger. First thing I'm thinking is, what do I do? I actually had surveillance cameras, so I had proof it was caused by a ball. And then it was, do I call my lawyer? And then where do I go? It's devastating. Kyle had a dog run around him with a leash, and the girl let go of the leash, and the dog ran and caused burns on his legs. It's like, what
What
do
are they
I
gonna
do?
say?
So I
Right.
called Dr. John Wasner, and you think of sending them to school that way, that you're going to be accused. It changes your life.
You
in
become
many ways.
hypervigilant.
Yes.
And again, any situation, does it stay in proportion to what it really is, or does it jump into something?
I'm probably overthinking, but I'm being overprotective.
It's all right. And in terms of things like, I don't know, dealing with teachers at school, the kids' activities, was Beata taking the lead in a lot of those?
She did. Yes, she did. She was very, she monitored their grades, which I do as well, but I am so blessed that both children are very good achievers.
Let me ask you something about Maya. Was there a time, it may still be, where she did what you felt was maybe overstudying, spending so much time in there?
I don't believe she's that way anymore. She is gifted. She's very smart. She don't need to study as much as she thought. She's in the dual enrollment, so she's doing high school and college. She'll graduate with the associate's degree from the high school.
What about before, like right after she got out?
She was the school, and getting better. That was her goal.
Hours a day.
Hours and hours.
And so then, without a mother figure in y'all's lives, are there a number of different tasks, good or bad, fun or not, that Beata took care of? I'm thinking of things like getting the kids clothes, setting up appointments, haircuts, all of that. Who did that in the family?
And she did, along with the bills and everything else.
So she took care of the bills?
Yes.
And in terms of driving the kids to different things, did you split that? Was that more you, or was that her?
It was split, or they were going two different directions. One might have went to gymnastics, Kyle going to soccer. So, yeah, you had to split the task.
Right. Can't do that anymore.
No.
Have you noticed that the kids are showing a little bit less interest in some areas of life that they should have really before loved?
Yes.
Like what? Tell us about it.
Well, they don't want to be involved with any activities. They're both doing online school now.
That's what I was asking.
Yeah.
Did they make it a big deal to not have to go into school and face the kids?
Yes, that was a big part of it, and then the legal issue here. We were supposed to be in court 16 months ago, so we placed Kyle into the Florida virtual so he wouldn't get behind.
Okay.
And we just kept him in that position because
So neither kid has been going to, I guess, regular high school for how long?
It's well over a year, maybe year and a half, 2 years almost now.
What about things like just somebody to talk to? Have you developed any friendships that in any way replace any part of what you had with Beata?
I will never replace what I had, and every night when I lay in bed and roll over, I don't have somebody to hug and kiss and say goodnight.
Mm-hmm.
I can look down at her urn and I say a prayer instead, and it crushes you.
And nobody to then sort of talk things out, issues, problems for the family?
No, and a lot of times I hear their fear and anger, and I try to be the tough one because if they see me sink, they sink type.
Sure.
So when I do get in bed, sometimes I let it out and cry.
Well, is that stressful for you then to be the one that has to keep it all together by yourself?
I have to.
What about thoughts of what would happen if anything happened to you?
That immediately when after Beata's passing, I thought of that and did a trust. And, God forbid something happened, I asked my oldest daughter to take care of them.
Well, you're a bit of an older dad. How old are you?
62.
62. How old were you when you had Maya and Kyle?
I don't remember.
50s?
minus 817.
All right. So as you get older, is it concerning you whether you'll be able to physically and mentally keep up with them as they mature and have more challenges in life?
I try my best to stay healthy. Just the other day I had a sinus infection. I do have my doctor's note for you, Judge. I went in there and they took my blood pressure, and she mentioned that it was high, and she did it in the other arm, and she says, "Do you ever realize you have high blood pressure?" I never knew it.
So there's nobody really there without Beata to monitor your health?
No.
Would you go to the doctor, like most guys, I guess you don't go to the doctor unless nobody
not
reminds
after
you?
what we went through. It's not something you want to do as much, which I need to. And I need to do something about the PTSD as well.
Tell us about that. Is it?
I don't know if there's a place called My Warrior's Place in Ruskin, Florida. It was started from a woman. She lost her son in the war. And for her to grieve, she opened us up to military, police, fire, and it's a retreat. And I would love to start going there and try to
And
get some
once
help.
hopefully you get to the point where you can function well. Do you have any goals about making sure this kind of thing doesn't happen anymore?
Yes.
All right. What do you want to do?
Your Honor, you'd like to approach on this?
Okay. Mr. Anderson, you may continue along the lines we were discussing.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, before this, did I ask you and your daughter and son to think through some of these things that the jury would need to know about?
Yes.
Okay. And did I ask you to come up with some idea of the number of hours a day that are involved with these things?
Yes.
All right. On a good day, out of 24 hours, how many hours do you attribute to this group of human effects? The loss of your wife, the added stress with the kids, the loss of having somebody near you. How many hours do you figure on a good day?
On a good day, it could be anywhere from 8 to 10 hours.
Okay. And then tell us about the bad days. Does this affect you at night as well? I think you already testified to.
I do not sleep much at night. I would say on a bad day, it could be up to 18 hours.
Okay. And then in terms of the number of hours that you are not doing things that you used to be able to do before and have lost interest in. So for the loss of your capacity to enjoy the life that you had, on a single good day, how many hours would you say it affects you?
And a loss of capacity, 8 to 10 hours, I would say.
Okay. And then how about on a bad day?
It could be up to 18.
Does that include trips and things like that?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. All right. And so I understand you are, from the testimony we've heard, you're suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder and some depression?
That is correct.
Okay. How many hours a day, as best you can estimate for the jury, out of 24, do you feel that this combination of anxiety, depression, the post-traumatic effects, how many hours a day do you think on a good day it affects you?
I would say 8 to 10 hours.
Okay. And then tell us about the bad days. How many hours a day if you're having a bad depression, PTSD day?
It's been around 18 hours.
So into the evening?
Yes.
How many days a week do you just not sleep?
I don't sleep much.
Really? So
No.
Are there a number of days a week you just do not sleep?
It's every night.
Is that having an effect on you physically?
Yes.
Have you had some physical consequences to this? In other words, has your body reacted to these stresses and what's happened to you?
I'm tired and stressed, but I have to take care of my children as well, so they're my number one priority. So you have to sacrifice yourself sometimes for them.
Sure, I understand. But have you had, I know you say you can't break down, but can you tell the jury about any indications that maybe you are breaking down a little?
Yeah, I sometimes, with headaches, I'll get the stomach aches. Kyle mentioned eczema. I also have that. The dermatologist said most likely it's stress related.
How often do you get that, the eczema?
That seems to be, recently it seems to be fine, but it was an issue for about 1.5 years, 2 years. I tried different ointments and that.
Okay. And we talk about the stomach issues. I need to know, are these just the normal sour stomach, or are you having more difficulties? Are you dry heaving at all?
I do have some problems eating sometimes. I'll throw it up sometimes after trying, or while I'm trying to eat. It all depends. It's not every time, it's here or there.
This might sound very basic, but do you enjoy eating anymore?
Try to, but yeah, I do. I enjoy eating, but you always fear that you might throw up. There's times I left the restaurant with Kyle. I told him I had to leave, and I ended up throwing up in the parking lot and that.
Mm-hmm. What about going certain places? If you have something to do north in the Bay Area, is that difficult for you?
We avoid going over the Skyway Bridge. One time we're heading north on the Skyway Bridge, and Maya started to cry. And I said, "What's wrong with you?" And she said, "We're almost there." And after hearing that, I started to panic, because if I get in an accident now, where are they going to take my children? They would take them to that hospital. So we now avoid going through the Skyway Bridge. We'll go all the way on I-75 to Tampa, or if we go visit my brother in Newport Richey.
How about if you want to go to Tampa International? You have to
We
go around.
go the long way.
Now, Beata had a pretty good income, did she not?
She did.
And you have good retirement, though, from the fire
Yes.
company. But the loss of Beata's income, has that had an effect, although there's some separate numbers for that, but has that had an effect, the lack of that extra income, on you and your family's ability to do things?
Yes. First of all, she carried the insurance for us. So once she passed, I had to go on to a COBRA for 3 years. And then after the 3 years, I had to get my own insurance. Right now, the children are on Social Security under the death benefit for Beata. But once they turn the age of 18, they lose it unless they're still in high school. Once they graduate high school, they lose that benefit. Normally, after the children don't receive it, it would go to the surviving spouse. But since I have a pension, I'm exempt. I will not receive that Social Security.
Okay. So is it reduced the number of, leaving aside all the ideas of it being 3 traveling instead of 4, has the reduction of income caused your lifestyle in terms of travel and activities to go down?
Yes.
Are there some things that, with the added income of Beata, you could do that you just don't think about doing anymore?
Well, it was, number one was big vacations, a very good vacation.
Tell the jury where the foursome went, where all of you went. What are the things you did?
As a family, we would do small trips, weekend trips to Orlando or down to Key West. Bigger trips, we went to Mexico for a week or week and a half at a time. We went to Poland for a month. Those were the big trips. And then there's a lot of little trips here and there as well.
Did you have planned out with Beata the things you would do once you got the kids out of the house and she could go to more of a part-time or have more time? Did you have retirement plans like that?
We had a retirement plan, and then we also had college funds for the children, and a lot of that was used for medical expenses during my being ill.
Mm-hmm. And so no more retirement plans with a spouse?
No.
And not much to look forward to that way?
No. I have 3 grandchildren as well. And,
from Corrine.
Yes, they're in Wisconsin on the Minnesota border. And I really feel bad right now that I'm not spending as much time with them as well. And that's...
How about with, and we heard Regina testify the other day, was learning Polish and being more immersed in Polish culture important to your family before.
Yes, it was.
Was that based on the ability to communicate with the family on Beata's side to a great extent?
Yes, yeah. Most of them hardly speak any English.
Did you know before Regina testified to it that the kid's grandfather on Beata's side was part of Solidarity?
I never knew that.
And you know the history of Poland and what Solidarity is?
Yes. We actually went to that statue in Poland.
Right. Downfall of communism.
Yes.
So now that's an interesting topic. Did you hear that Beata saw her dad dragged off by government, I don't know what you call them, goons?
Your Honor, respectfully, just on relevance.
Sustained.
All right. So you and Beata did a lot of scuba diving too.
Yes, we did. We went to Belize, Honduras, all different places.
Any more Belize or Honduras trips?
No. Maybe someday we'll bring her ashes there.
Okay. Where are her ashes now?
In my room.
And what about that brings up going to church. What's happened with the faith among the family?
I still go to church almost every week. Like Kyle stated, we do not go to Epiphany because it just felt awkward. We did try different churches, and it was difficult to pick one, but I've been recently going to the Bridge Church again.
And so the kids, have they lost some interest, or has it come back? What's going on?
Their faith is coming back. It's just
Tested.
a lot of it was difficult for them.
Hard to rationalize.
Yes. And every once in a while I do feel guilty, and I'll go to Epiphany, and then I'll go to the Bridge on the same day.
Sure.
Not often, but I do it every once in a while.
Yeah. Well, I know you don't, you're pretty stoic and don't show a lot of emotion, but what are the feelings inside about the fact that Beata committed suicide as opposed to, I mean, there's no good way something like this happens, but
Respectfully object to the relevance, Your Honor.
you can talk about it as a feeling from the world. What's inside of you about the suicide?
I have anger that it was done. I have anger for the reason why it was done. It's hard to understand, but then you do understand. And the ultimate sacrifice to get her beautiful little girl out of the hospital, that's what she thought she had to do.
Yep. It says something about having an extremely ill child. Are we talking about coming out of or still having the strike it? Is Maya's CRPS and what you have to do there making it more difficult to deal with the things you've told the jury?
It's both. It's last night she told me she's in pain and she has lesions again, so that's more stress, in the steam pot, and it's hard. It really is hard, and the other things are hard. So I don't want to compare. It's a mixture of everything.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. But if you could tell the jury, I don't want to get into it too much, but when the lesions start to appear, what does that usually mean?
It's the lesions, and she's also lack of exercise. She don't have that energy to do things as much. She's been laying around a lot more because of stress and the pain in her leg. Last night driving home, she stated the pain in her leg and it's coming up to her upper back. That's concerning, and it's hard to go to bed after you hear something like that, especially when we don't know what we could do for it.
Right. And has this event, what's happened to you, the combination of what happened with Maya and then the emotions, has it produced any fear inside of you about things?
I have fear all the time.
About what?
I have fear that we're going to be back on that horrible roller coaster, taking this ride again with her illness. I have fear when somebody knocks on our door. I have fear on how I'm going to take care of these children.
Yeah, what happens if you get injured?
Well, I had COVID, and they were somewhat self-sufficient. They did DoorDash while Dad was in his room for almost a week. When I got my bill, there was a charge for licorice, just licorice. They're older, they could somewhat take care of themselves, but in the long run, no, that's very concerning.
And then what about dealing with authorities anymore? Is there fear in that?
Kyle,
Apologies, relevance to the scope of
Overruled.
there's fear all the time. And like I said, just going to the hospital, Kyle stepped on something in the ocean, and you go in there and you feel like you're in a mousetrap. You're always looking at your surroundings, and you shouldn't have to be that way.
Right. So now there's two sides of this damage. One is the damage to you, and then there's another thing called the consortium with your wife, from the loss of your wife. Tell us, have you tried, or are you thinking about any relationships in the future?
It wouldn't be fair to be in a true relationship now, number one, for the kid's sake, and it wouldn't be fair for the person that I would be dating.
Right.
I did, go out and have dates and talk to people and, but to have somebody in my life right now, I don't think it would be appropriate until we,
Right.
Get everything taken care of here.
And did you and Beata have a healthy sex life?
Yes, we did.
And that's gone, obviously.
It's gone.
Right. And so tell me now, including all the ways you miss your wife and the loss of this companionship and the consortium, on a good day, how many hours does this affect you?
At least half the day.
10 to 12 hours?
Yes.
Okay. Let's talk about the bad days.
We're right there at 18 again.
Okay. And so tell the jury now, how many good days and bad days, on average? I know it's tough, but you got to give them some parameters. During the week, how many good days and versus bad days?
Unfortunately, I would say it's probably 70% bad over good right now.
All right. So maybe 5 out of 7?
Yes.
Okay.
Especially when Maya's illness, she's complaining and that, it just builds up more and not knowing what to do.
Thank you, Jack.
Thank you.
Mr. Shapiro.
Thank you. And it'll be brief, Your Honor. I understand the time of day. Good afternoon, Mr. Kowalski.
Good afternoon.
Are you in counseling right now?
No, I am not.
You mentioned a couple trips or the lack of trips. You did have the opportunity to go to New York City.
Yes, I did.
Was that once or twice or?
Twice.
Okay, and when were those trips?
One was in March and one was in June. I could be wrong, right around those times.
Of this year?
Yes.
Okay. And just briefly touching on the deductibles and the co-pays, the jury's obviously heard a lot, so I'll cut to the chase, but the hospitalization at All Children's was in October of 2016. Do you know if the medical care that Maya had from, say, January through October had exhausted your co-pays by that point?
It's possible. She had a lot of, medical appointments and things like that. She was in many ERs for her asthma prior to that. So we may have met the deductible before then.
And I guess my question to you is, do you know if you had a copay at All Children's, or that may have been?
That I'm unaware of, and that was something Beata took care of.
Do you know if you used any money from the GoFundMe or You Caring fundraising sites for her medical care?
Oh, yes. Yeah, I believe we did.
Never mind.
Okay. I have one more question I'd like to approach on before I ask you.
Mr. Anderson.
Maya, I think you told me she's in dual enrollment. Is that right, sir?
That is correct.
So she's going to graduate this year with her associate's degree?
That is correct.
And she's still on track?
Oh, I take that back. Next year.
Gotcha.
Yeah. May, June.
Has she taken the SAT yet?
That I'm unaware of.
Okay. Still on, do you know if she's still number 1 or number 2 in her class?
That would be a good question for her when she's up here.
Okay, thank you, sir. But sounds like you're very proud of how well she's still doing in school.
I'm very proud of her.
Okay. I do appreciate your time. I'm sorry for your loss, sir.
Jack, but you did have to pay back that health insurer a little bit after the fact, did you not?
Yes. Yeah, there's a lien on that. Mm-hmm.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Anything further?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, do any of you have any questions for Mr. Jack Kowalski? Okay, seeing none. In light of the fact that we're already past 5 o'clock, we're not going to start any other witnesses today. We're going to come back tomorrow the same time. So Deputy Coley, if you could have them back at 9 a.m. ready to go. Do not discuss this case amongst yourselves. Do not do any investigation and receive no information. So we will see you tomorrow. All rise. Jurors exit. The jury's out of our presence, Mr. Jack Kowalski. You can go ahead and have a seat back there. Everyone feel free to sit down. Mr. Whitney, do you have that time breakdown for the third Eli Newberger depo?
We need a few. Do you want to stay? We need a few moments, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
Okay.
If it would help streamline tomorrow. I do have some concerns over the witnesses they're calling, so we don't get into any extraneous issues if you want to hear that now. If you don't.
Let's preview tomorrow.
Mine, go ahead.
No, please. You
Yeah,
start.
the representation was they're going to call the economist Kirby. And for example, in her report, she has economic damages relating to expunging records from the DCF hearing and things of that nature.
I'm not asking for that now. We have a new report that doesn't have any of that.
Okay, I don't have that new report.
That's all it is.
Robert Tremp, their vocational person, has in his report that part of the reason Maya is not employable is because of the forced separation at the hospital. I assume that won't be listed on direct.
Well, there are periods of forced separation.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
We need to
at
be
the end of the
very-
day, the hospital is not liable for the DCF call and the dependency court action.
I understand, Your Honor, and I'll have to carefully tailor those questions, but the witness was instructed, and I'll take another look at Trump's report.
And then lastly, I don't know if we'll get to him considering where we are in time, but do you still plan on having Dr. Richards testify tomorrow?
I'd say there's a good chance. His testimony is very limited, and it has to do, we have a standard on the intentional infliction of emotional distress. His testimony will be limited to psychological factors leading up to Beata's actions.
We may ask for a proffer outside the presence of the jury, just so that way we're not stepping in issues with him, because the court's issued a motion in limine that's already struck any standard of care opinions. But anyway, we can deal with that tomorrow if he testifies.
I'm not asking standard of care.
And then we're starting with Maya Kowalski in the morning.
Maya Kowalski.
Would it be safe to say with that extremely full lineup that you will not be calling Ms. Salisbury?
I do not plan to call Ms. Salisbury at this time. If I change, I'm going to talk to her tonight. As soon as I get home, I will call you, but it's not going to be the extensive testimony I think you guys were prepping for.
Well, we have right on the lineup right now 5 huge witnesses that I think the chances of getting to all 5 tomorrow are 0. She would be the 6th. And
Well,
I don't know what she could testify to. I mean, my understanding is that you would only be calling her to talk about the legal fees that the Kowalskis would have to endure to try to change records, including those that came from the dependency. So if she does testify, we would ask for a proffer of that outside the presence of the jury.
Okay. The other option is to save her for Monday morning, and that way you'd have more time. You'd know for sure tomorrow. But I think we wanted to do DVs on Monday morning.
Well, it does sound, if you already have those 5 witnesses plus a proffer with one of them, that you probably just, from a time perspective, just not going to make it.
I would tend to agree with the court. And okay, so let me make the commitment. I will not call her tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay, that was Salisbury?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's all I had, Your Honor.
Mr. Altenburn.
Your Honor, one thing, and I'm not quite sure what we do about this, but yesterday, we very carefully went through and stipulated that I would not move for a directed verdict if they didn't put on proof of a lien as damages. We went through this very carefully. We all made agreements on this. And the last question he asks is, do you have a lien and do you have to pay it?
No, I didn't ask for a lien. The witness threw it in. If we need instruction on it, fine. That was not my intention in any way, shape, or form. The point is,
Can we have a read back from this?
I can talk to that for a moment. In speaking with our appellate counsel, there was a stipulation as to damages, but we weren't comfortable as to, I believe the third element is detrimental reliance. So we didn't want to get caught with a stipulation on damages, but nothing on detrimental reliance.
The whole fight on the jury instruction is whether we have to have a line for an element of damages or whether detrimental reliance is all that you prove in fraud. That's what the fight between the appellate lawyers has been about. There's been no discussion with this with me. They just come up and do exactly what they told me yesterday they weren't going to do. I mean, I don't know what to do about it other than to complain, but normally when I make an agreement with someone, I try to keep my word. The instruction won't do any good.
hear and I sense your frustration, Mr. Altenburn.
Your Honor, I still have, by my count, approximately 26 exhibits we need to discuss at some point.
Well, y'all are running out of time.
I understand. Our lunch break yesterday was spent 45 minutes on a last-minute motion. I'm trying to get these admitted. I don't know what to do.
Well, we'll have 30 minutes tomorrow morning before the jury starts. Hopefully we can spend focused time on it. And then when we're talking about it, hopefully we don't spend 15 minutes on one exhibit.
I'll be brief on my argument.
It would also be incredibly helpful if counsel, having seen the court's rulings now on the vast majority of these exhibits, if counsel could take a look again this evening and let us know, not tonight, but tomorrow, if we can streamline some. That would be nice.
Do I have a breakdown yet of that 30 minutes?
Your Honor,
No, because we don't. We'll take all of it.
In all seriousness, Judge, we probably had 2 minutes of it, and on the other pages, we literally had 2 pages out of all of
I
that.
gave you only 5 minutes from the first 2
Perfect.
depositions. So I'll give you 5 minutes of the
That's
30
fair.
minutes.
We'll take 5 minutes from it. That's fine, Judge.
Okay, so that makes it.
Oh, and I need to correct. Ms. Crawls was correct. That portion you wanted read in was designated untold. So if you need to read that in, or how we want to do it.
Yeah, we'll just read it in. We're not going to try and play it. I'll just find out when that's convenient for the
Or
court.
if you want us to put it in the video, we can play a 30
No,
second video.
no.
They may mute.
Okay. Clock is as follows. Today, plaintiffs used 4 hours, 5 minutes, which means their cumulative total is now 40 hours and 15 minutes. The defendants used 50 minutes today with, that means your cumulative total is at 13 hours, 40 minutes. As a reminder, Wednesday of next week, we're not going to have any jury members here, and we'll do jury instructions in the afternoon. Mr. Altenburn and Mr. Alligat can be by Zoom if the lawyers wish to be by Zoom as well. If they wish to not be here, that's fine. Anything else before we adjourn for this evening?
What time are we coming in the morning? I'm sorry.
8:30.
8:30.
Anything else?
No, not from the defense.
Anything else? Okay, we'll be in recess. See everybody tomorrow at 8:30.
Thank you, Your Honor.